Good evening and welcome to the Sultans of Shadilay podcast. I am joined by Second, Trim, That Oil Guy, and regular, well appreciated guest, Cap. So tonight we're going to try and get through the Lotus Eaters after show in about an hour. And then the guys are going. Some of the guys are going to go join the Gold Tier Zoom call, while Cap and I stay here and have a chat about some things that Cap's found that are stupid and interesting.
Ah, yes.
Yes. So the most important, the thing I'm taking away from today is that Biden approves of recreational nukes.
I want my nuke. It's a human right, damn it.
Thank God we included that.
I mean, if you want to talk about this just from a basic point of view, a nuclear weapon in its most basic form is actually less sophisticated than a cannon. There are no moving. Well, there's no moving parts.
Yeah.
In the most basic form of a nuclear weapon, there are no moving parts.
Yeah, you just strap a bunch of explosives around a chunk of uranium or something.
Well, you don't even need to do that. If you take two correctly sized halves of a sphere and push them together, you'll be vaporized before you've finished pushing them together.
This bomb is armed. This bomb is mobile, and the identity of the trigger man is a mystery.
I mean, all the components of a nuclear bomb are actually there to stop it going off, not to make it go off.
You live in Scotland, don't you? You got to be careful before the Scottish Nationalist Party comes and knocks on your door. They don't have as nice suits.
For understanding basic science.
Yes.
Well, the Scottish National Party is not a fan of basic science.
That is true.
Or intelligence.
So I got to the podcast itself a little late, so I'm not sure if the Lotus Eaters made this point, but Ben Shapiro did, on like kind of the double think there, where Biden's like, oh man, it's gonna be no good to have guns to resist the government, because the government has nukes and F-15s. So he's simultaneously saying that resisting the government is futile because of military power. Meanwhile, at the same time, he's making constant political hay out of all those white supremacists at the Capitol almost overthrow the government. So, yeah. I mean, like...
Which is it?
Yeah, exactly. Is it...
They're both true at the same time.
Yeah, like, so can you not put any resistance against the government with an armed population? Or is a crowd of, like, mostly gunless people wielding clubs just able to almost overthrow the government?
Yeah, also remind me, also it's worth remembering, the government don't actually build F-15s. F-15s are built by civilians, in civilian companies, in civilian buildings, not owned by the military. Just a minor point, you know.
Yeah, but you know they'll make sure they're all brainwashed before anything goes down.
Because they only sell F-15s to the US, right? It's not like any other country has them. It's not like they're not possible to be purchased.
No, they'll have to make sure whoever buys
they're ideologically sure that the only people who get them are Americans. No, not true.
Or at least people who buy into CRT.
People who buy into CRT does not deserve a nuke.
No, but you have to understand. You have to understand critical race theory is a legal theory. It's only taught in law schools.
Well,
really? Funny how that's a filthy fucking lie.
Well, no, it technically is. Technically is taught in law schools.
Well, it is, but it's not just.
But that's not a good thing.
No, it's really
and
not.
The weirdest thing to me about those kinds of deflections is that, and I see this all the time. I used to be on this Discord server with a group of friends, and most of them had like gone like, you know, pretty far to the left. And one of them kept ripping into Jordan Peterson, like, oh man, what is Jordan Peterson saying? Oh, these Marxist professors and stuff. He doesn't understand that real Marxism is just like a dialectical like analysis tool method, and that there are these professors who aren't like pushing social change but just find it interesting to look at economic systems through that lens. I'm like, bro, okay. Well, the most annoying thing is they always pull these semantic games, but at the end of the day, it's like they're still describing something real. If you think they've mislabeled it, just say that they've mislabeled it and then engage with their criticism of the actual thing they're pointing out. But instead, what they do is like, oh, critical race theory is just taught in law school. Okay, then how do you defend whatever this shit is if you're not going to label it critical race theory? Stick to the argument. They're pointing out actual shit that is like influencing society, and you're deflecting from it by saying, oh, that's not real critical race theory. It's like, it doesn't matter what you call it, it still sucks, and that's the point.
Can socialists ever stick to the point when they're losing?
Real critical race theory has never been tried.
Yeah.
No. Abortions have, though. Up until the point of birth.
It's just funny seeing how hard they backpedal on that point. Like when they're like, oh, you haven't read it. It's like, actually, here are some quotes from the foundational scholars. Nope. Not everyone agrees with that foundational scholar. Okay, here's another one. Okay, well, they're foundational, not in the modern day. Okay, here's all the modern day people. And it's just cringe, dude.
I mean, you can just make them start doing Vosh screams, and then they'll just run off, or just call you racist.
Glass Israel!
Well, you don't need to make much effort for them to do that. That's like breeding for them.
Breathing or breeding?
They're not breeding, they're breathing. I wish they did neither, actually.
Yeah,
I'm just glad they don't do one, but I wish they didn't do the other. What?
You just slightly beat me to it there.
The most convincing pro-choice argument I've heard is that it removes people who would kill their own children from the gene pool.
You do have a point there.
Yes, it's certainly an interesting point. Sadly, a lot of the
It's a
people
pro
who
and a
get
hurt.
abortions, just some of the people who do it are just disgusting, because they refuse to take responsibility for their own actions beforehand. They end up in a situation where they have to get an abortion. Like, for God's sake, it's called a condom, you losers.
Well, you know what? The abortion discussion is nested in a much larger discussion, and we're addressing it at the wrong level. Like, what has to happen for it to get to that point?
Say it's white supremacy, I guess.
Well, isn't that literally why Planned Parenthood was started?
Yes. In fact, you are right.
Yeah, Planned Parenthood was invented as a genocidal tool against the black population.
Yeah, but we don't talk about that.
Female eugenicist.
Yes.
That really hated black people and said,
But it's
well, what's the
okay.
best
It's
way?
okay to be a eugenicist when you're a female because, women.
No. It's okay to be a eugenicist when you're a leftist all the time.
Yeah, I mean, just look at Movie Bob, or is it Diabito he goes under nowadays?
To be fair, it's very difficult to get that many women drunk and push them down the stairs, so it's much easier to make an organization.
Well, actually, the same friend who pointed out that pro-choice thing also pointed out that the left represses kind of the eugenic instinct, so it just comes out in more kind of fucked ways, like with the abortion arguments, or with cancel culture, really, and how it's they do get kind of eugenicist and semi-genocidal, at least in their impulse towards cleansing the population on
well,
the
maybe
internet
that's
of
why the
undesirable.
left is really so upset about George Floyd dying. He was in favor of trying to cause pregnant women to have miscarriages.
Technically, you're right.
Disavow.
Not that far off.
Well, I mean, what do you mean disavow? The fact that he put a gun to a pregnant woman's belly.
Just out of safety purposes, I'm just disavowing.
Okay.
just in case.
Unfortunately, oil is in the country where he needs to be careful.
Oh, right. The Socialist Republic of Scotland?
I am in my own home, so that's a problem.
The National Socialist Republic of Scotland, in fact.
Socialist is socialist regardless where. Either it's ethnic, statial, or whatever else. Intersectional, which is everything.
In fact, if you're curious about that, you should go to the Lotus Eaters and watch the Neither Left Nor Right by Zeev Sternhold, the book club that Carl and Colin made.
I'm gonna listen to that at work tomorrow, actually.
Why are we shilling for those guys exactly?
I don't know.
Why should we shilling for the guys who keep stealing our content, damn it?
The entirety of last week! What the fuck? Seriously, I mean, it was funny, but then I started like, what the fuck, Callum? Are you stalking us?
I think he's watching the...
Callum, if you're
I'm
watching,
honored,
we need more shout-outs. We love you, but shout-outs, please.
Give us some credit, for fuck's sake.
Well,
it's a mutually beneficial relationship, you see.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
On the Biden gun point, though, something I will say for Beto O'Rourke is that despite betraying every other principle of Texas, he's still an honest man, so he at least says, hell yeah, we're gonna take your guns. Whereas Biden's like, oh, it's conspiracy theory. We're not coming after gun owners. What are you talking about? And then, like, he pulls crap like this or something that went a little more under the radar. His administration sent an amicus curiae brief to the Supreme Court arguing in favor of cops being able to go into people's houses and take their guns without a warrant, which if they think they're a threat, which like violates
red flag
two of the amendments.
That's red flag laws. It's a horrible thing.
Yeah, it's utterly horrendous.
Cases of people, just like a guy has an argument with his wife. She goes off to stay with their mom, and then she like reports it to the police or something, and without even her telling them to do so, the police goes in, raids his house, takes his guns away, and puts him in jail.
Wait, what? Yeah, sorry, I had to catch a phone.
So there's already been a case of red flag laws in use in the U.S. A guy had an argument with his wife. His wife went to her mother's house and informed the authorities about the fight. She didn't tell them to do anything about it. She was just, hey, I just want to make sure this is fine, blah, blah, blah. Don't do anything about it, but I just got a little panicked. And the police, regardless of that, goes in the guy's house, raids him, takes all his guns away, and then throws him in jail.
Fuck.
The police can decide, without a warrant, that you don't deserve guns, and they can take them away.
Great.
I think the Supreme Court actually ruled against that very recently.
They might have.
Yeah, if I remember rightly, it was actually a unanimous ruling, wasn't it?
Really?
Nice.
No, that sounds possible. They're very good on 2A.
Well, I mean, that one, like, there's no argument that it's unconstitutional. So even the lefties on the Supreme Court have to be like, even if we disagree personally, the Constitution's so fucking clear that we can't even pretend to make an argument against this.
Yeah, at least the left-wing justices still have that kind of ethos.
Yes, at least for the most part, they do seem to at least be honest to themselves, if not honest to anything else.
Let's see how long that lasts, huh?
Well, I think that's largely the case because they got, like, appointed to the court a while ago. So not only are they older with, like, kind of older ideals despite their leftism, but, like, the Supreme Court is, like, kind of deliberately more isolated from politics than the other two branches because they aren't elected and appointments are for life. A large part of the point is that they're kept away from their positions being dependent on
kissing ass.
Like, Well, yeah, on external pressures like campaigning or needing to make promises or getting donations or trying to do shit to appease their voter base to stay in office, or like
just being like, I don't want anyone to take my position after I'm dead. I swear that was me.
Yeah. Well, again, like she's another example of this. I'll give her credit here. She repeatedly said that packing the court was like a fucked up idea.
No, she
Won't stop
she
them doing it, though,
understood
will it?
what her job
Of course not.
position was, and even though she had different beliefs than what the Constitution said, she still acted according to the Constitution.
Yeah, that's the fucking job.
Yeah.
Almost get impressed.
Yeah.
Congratulations, you did the absolute bare minimum. You did what you were legally required to do.
Yeah.
Which is
The Supreme Court
honestly
has its
more than you
own,
can
like,
expect at this point.
Well, yeah, exactly. That's what I was gonna say. Like doing the bare minimum is actually impressive now. I mean, if you look at the conservatives in the UK that don't actually
Oh,
conserve
boy.
anything,
No.
then
Well, it's virtually no one in the UK can own a gun now. It's
holy shit, the
very,
left-wing
very, very limited.
justices, the left-wing justices in the US are better at conserving things than the Conservative Party in the UK.
At least you fuckers in the UK have airsoft, for fuck's sake.
Oh boy, we're gonna get onto that later.
Well, maybe just a bit. Yeah,
Yeah.
not really. I mean, you have to. The guns have to be like colored pink and stuff like that. You can't just.
You can
Yeah.
have gay airsoft, but not regular airsoft.
No,
because
it's so that
that's
people
great.
can. No, you have to color code them by their strength.
It has
String
to be half of it has to be colored
Yeah.
bright color, and I know that because I bought a airsoft revolver recently, and it's very nice, and I love it.
Oh right. Well, but now here's an interesting thing. Unless you want to leave it for later, I'll tell. I used to play in an airsoft team in France.
Oh,
How many
when
times did they surrender?
When I no, well, that actually. So the first time we went to play a league event, we brought flags. We had because we were a British team in a French league, and so we brought British flags and we had them on our kit, and we gave all the French guys. So we had these glass tubes with a flag inside, and when we at the start of the match, we handed over before everyone went to their ends. We handed over these glass tubes to the French guys that from the outside appeared to have a French flag inside. And when they pulled the flags out, actually that was sort of glued in, and the flag they pulled out was
it
white.
was white.
Of course.
Oh.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm just curious though, how many jihadis showed up thinking it was like terrorism training?
Well, I tell you.
Is this the flag we're gonna wave under, or is it gonna? Are we gonna paint on the thing with with the Islamic words and the black in the circle, huh?
That kind of sounded Indian.
Yeah,
Huh?
it did.
Yeah.
Thank you, please come again.
I'm a
more-
white guy. It is beneath my station to actually try. Yeah.
The moral of this the story is this: if you play in the open league, as in one that is not ruled by what type of equipment you can have, and how many balls you're allowed to use and things like that. If you play in an open league, the people who win are the 5 oil guys who spent a shit ton on their kit.
Yeah.
Fair enough. That makes sense.
Because cash is, as we all know, the best superpower.
Yep.
It is. Just ask Batman.
Yeah, and also you can make a really impressive pistol, airsoft pistol, if you just take an M14 body and just cut all the other bits of it off. So you just completely cut the barrel off completely and cut the stock off completely, and just keep the working mechanical body of it and attach a full-size magazine to it. The motor will quite happily ping balls out of the stubby end of it. No problem fucking at all. Yeah, full rate fire.
Nice.
Be careful. You'll get like thrown in jail like the dude who had those like books.
Oh,
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah. God forbid you read books. So apparently Biden's administration plans for a comprehensive strategy to prevent and respond to gun crime and ensure public safety. Right, so you're sending the National Guard door to door in Chicago.
Yeah,
of course
like
not.
it's literally just like enforce the fucking law. And I mean that's the case that holy shit, that's not even just the case with like fucking like actually, punishing crime in these big cities, but that's like also the case for like the gun control bills that like already exist. And like the majority of these shootings that happen where the left is like, we need to pass gun control that's going to prevent something like this from happening. Well, most of what they end up proposing after that has nothing to do with what actually happened, but in the majority of those cases, like the law already existed. It was just like poorly enforced, where it's like, oh, how is this guy able to get a gun? This is a problem in our legal system. We don't have the law for this. It's like, yeah, we do have the law for that. The problem is, like, some dipshit in the bureaucracy didn't pass the information through.
Yeah, well,
Like-
there's actually a really good example of that in good old Australia. Let me see if I can find the news article. So, back in
Good
the...
old Australia.
Yep. So, it's a famous double murder-suicide. So, let me see if I can find it. I think it's the only murder-suicide by a licensed gun owner in decades. So let me see if I can find it.
That happens, and we gotta take everyone's guns away. We're having a gun buyback.
Yep.
You see, a buyback implies it is voluntary.
Ah, yes. The mandatory voluntary buybacks.
Well, I mean, in the UK, I mean, everybody just. I mean, to be honest, after Dunblane happened, everybody just handed over their guns. It was. You'd never seen people give them up so quickly. Give up anything so quickly in your whole life. That was
Well, I mean,
one single shoot, one single incident. I mean, the guy did kill a lot of children, but I mean, he was using just pistols. It wasn't even. And people here couldn't give up their guns fast enough.
I mean, people still in the rural areas have countless guns.
Shotguns, but not pistols.
Oh yeah.
Bang bang.
About the only people that have pistols now are people with PPWs.
What's that?
Legally owned personal protective weapons. So the sort of people that get those are, well, let's say, suitably trained government officials.
Yeah, diplomats.
Let's say engineering type people who are at significant risk of because of their abilities and knowledge of sort of kidnap or stuff like that.
If only we knew someone like that.
Gee, I wonder whom.
I don't know.
Well, I'll get before we get into this.
Because you certainly wouldn't be allowed to tell people if you.
No, I'm pretty
No.
sure they're not smeared in oil on a regular basis either. Playing with chef dolls and spoons.
No.
So just before I jump into the thoroughly appalling story, so fun fact about the stupid gun laws in Australia. So you can be an armed guard. You need to do an armed guard course. Then you need to apply for a weapons license to possess the gun. So you can be licensed to carry a loaded firearm in public, but you can't have one at home.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, like you can be licensed to carry a gun in public, but you cannot legally purchase and keep a firearm in your home.
So
That
you'll have to
requires
serve-
another license.
What, in your
In
car?
my head now, you just have the song "I Come from the Land Down Under."
Careful.
Then-
They like to litigate
then
about
singing-
that.
Really?
Oh, there was a big legal fuss about that tune, apparently.
Well, they can go fuck themselves. Pardon. They can go bleep themselves because I am on the ocean in Norway. Ha ha ha! Suck my off. What?
Right, so,
All right, so what you're telling me is it gets worse.
yes.
No, God, no.
So, what Second was saying about
So what you
dipshits not following the law and actually enforcing it, and then they complain about it and we need more guns. So, this man ended up shooting his 2 children and then himself.
What?
Yep.
That is horrible.
With a gun that he legally purchased, with the license that he legally had, that never should have been given to him because he was prohibited from having the license.
Well,
Oh,
Man.
oh,
then obviously they needed to take everyone's guns away.
gun
That would make
control.
But also,
Come
work.
has anyone considered that his children were pricks?
Well, yeah, I mean that's kind of what I was wondering. Like, did he
Children
find out?
were attacking him with a knife.
No,
course.
I've read
Like,
I've read the douchebag, the coroner report. Apparently, the douchebag had like half a dozen plus kids with half a dozen plus women, and he'd abused all the women, and he was just a thoroughly outstanding piece of shit.
You know,
Wonderful.
Well, I'm
like
just
a lot of
curious.
kids.
Like, did he find out that the mother of these kids specifically was an Eldian or something?
Dude, it's Madagascar, not Australia.
Yeah. So
You know,
this piece
half
of
a
crap
dozen sounds like a
had
lot of
multiple domestic violence orders against him. And funnily enough, you're not legally allowed to have guns or a weapons license if you've got domestic violence orders against you. So what did the cops do? They gave him one anyway.
Land down under.
Yep, because
Makes
I mean-
weapons licenses are administered by the police, who apparently can't do a fucking background check to save 2 goddamn kids' lives.
Oh,
Well, you
God.
know, it's very hard for the police to get access of legal records.
I mean,
Yes.
it's literally what, like I said in the Moon video, where it's like, yes, they promised to solve the issue if you elect them, and then they failed to do so, and then they say it is because you didn't give them enough power.
Basically.
Give more power, please.
So
kids.
it gets dumber. In order to have what's called a concealable weapon, which is anything under 70 centimeters, you must be a member of a gun club for 6 months and then have the gun club endorse your application for the license.
So what
So
did you
that
say
didn't-
the concealed weapon had to be under 70 centimeters?
Yes, if it's under 70 centimeters, it counts as a concealable weapon. Yes, I know that includes most short-barreled rifles.
I mean, under 70 centimeters. I mean,
Well, you see, Australians come from
Wow.
prisoners, and their human pocket is very large because of that.
hmm.
Yes, but they
Tell me,
can't...
does Aborigines get a gun?
No.
No, but they can get licensed to do traditional hunting with a rifle. Just think about that for a moment.
If you have it in pieces and all the pieces are less than 70 centimeters, can you carry anything?
Well, I think that's the one thing that's kind of like the US. Like, what part of it is actually the gun? Like, is the barrel the gun?
I can think about breakable. I can think about breakable anti-material rifles that would be quite fun.
Yeah.
Reminds me about that guy who sends in these videos to the
But
Lotus
no,
Eaters, was like, behold, a gun. Haha, no, a hammer, but it's a gun.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Ice.
Normally to get a license, you have to be endorsed by a pistol club after being a member for at least 6 months and doing X many competition shoots. But this guy didn't have to do that. In fact, at least 2 different gun clubs reported him to the police and said, do not give this man a license under any circumstances. He's a fucking nut job. So what the cops do? They gave him a license anyway.
So what you're telling me is it gets worse.
Yes.
The conspiratorial part of me has to wonder how much this is psyops or something. Like,
Just just to put this into sort of like reference, an MP5SD, that's the one with the integrated silencer, is only about 660, about 66 centimeters in length. So you could use that as a concealed carry. That'd be quite fun.
Yeah. So the New South Wales police made mistakes in how they record 2 complaints made by the mother of the children. So that meant they were not picked up when he did his application. So, and of course, he applied for a commissioner's exemption from all the other stuff because the gun clubs refused to have anything to do with him because the goddamn civilians could identify that he was a danger. But the cops were like, no, it's fine.
Oh, fucking really, just shoot me instead. Just end it. This is so fucking... No words. Sorry.
Yeah, but
Police do bad job. Newsflash.
Newsflash.
Yeah. In fact, and that's the thing. It's like, oh, we can't trust civilians to make decisions. Sorry, it was the civilians who told the cops to keep this fucker away from guns.
Well, it's their fault. They didn't say it loud enough.
Yeah, so all the laws were there to keep this piece of shit from getting a firearms license, but the cops fucked up, gave him one, and then he murdered his kids.
Oh, the government sucks. Let's give them more power.
Applause! Yay! Woo! Yay! Oh wait, what? Bang!
Yeah, I'll be right back in like 10 minutes. I need to
Right,
get some
so-
caffeine.
I'm going to tell you some other dumb shit about Australian firearms laws because it's my favourite topic of whining. So, paintball guns. Must be licensed, must be stored in a safe.
What?
Must be licensed, but must be stored in a safe. So you're
Yes,
allowed to have a
because
gun.
Paintball
you're not allowed
paintball gun.
Have a gun.
Yeah, a paintball gun, it counts as a firearm, which means you must.
Yeah, that's fair to be honest.
Which means you must be licensed to possess it, and you must store it in a safe. And, like, sure, that could make some sense, but I can't do that despite the fact that I am legally allowed to possess a rifle up to and including a 50 BMG. I can't have a paintball gun because I don't have that particular license because that makes fucking sense.
License.
Of course,
I mean,
evil.
I do agree. I have to say, I would agree that paintball guns should be licensed.
Yes, I could probably see an argument to that, but
and it's very simple. I could very easily kill you with a paintball gun.
Oh yeah.
Very
oh, yeah.
easily.
But
I
can
used
the
to
regular
borrow a
person
paintball
do
gun
it?
from a friend, and I actually managed to kill a fucking bird with it. It's funny.
Well, I mean, I'm not suggesting you should do this, but you know, if you're playing paintball against some people that you were sort of disliked, if you had, for instance, taken the paintballs
in Minecraft,
simply put them in your freezer,
Oh,
yes.
you'll find that they're quite effective.
it sounds like you speak from experience.
No,
Perhaps?
no, of course
Maybe.
No.
No?
But
just saying that.
theoretically,
But you could also
point is-
replace them with a similarly sized stainless steel ball, for instance. I mean,
Yes.
like, you could do a lot of damage with them if you wanted to. I think they should be.
Oh.
Oh,
I mean, you can also boost it up a bit, which means you can also get a really fucking heavy kick of it.
Yeah, there's a limit. There's a limit to the damage you can do with an airsoft gun, realistically, because of the density. You know, the density of the round that it's possible to fire. I mean, you know, at worst you can fire a 6mm stainless steel ball out of an airsoft gun. You can fire a lot of them, but you're going to struggle to do any real damage. I mean, you might knock someone's teeth out or something, but you can definitely kill somebody with a paintball gun.
Yeah,
I mean, you could accidentally kill somebody with a paintball, a normal paintball from a paintball gun if you did it at reasonably close range and you got them.
I mean, hit him in the right spot and he goes down.
But my point is more so the fact that the licensing is so weird. Like, because of the way they do it, I can have a concealable weapon, or I can have a rifle, up to and including a 50 BMG, but it is illegal for me to possess a paintball gun or a crossbow.
Right.
But what? Okay, here's another one. Just going right back to the Aborigines, because since they are so one with nature, they're allowed to use bows, right?
I don't think Aboriginals ever used bows. I don't think they ever invented that technology.
They did.
No, they definitely use bows.
Yeah.
What
how
about
else
the
would
what
they
about
hunt?
the images I've seen with the
I've
Aborigines,
seen them using
the
bows.
drawings and shit, or artistic interpretations, I guess.
I swear they were more.
I think they made bows, just that they were
based.
very good. I mean, we're not talking about reflexes and recurves
Yeah.
and things, but
Yeah,
it's,
so
I've
just a
definitely
quick
seen
Google
images of them.
search. The favoured weapon of the Aborigines was the spear and spear thrower. Never adopted the bow and arrow. They may have
Spears are better.
What do you mean by spear thrower?
like
Stick you hold
the
and allows you to
atlatl,
throw it
I
harder?
think.
It's a weird stick that allows you to throw it harder.
Yeah.
Sounds weird, I know.
Yeah.
But it's really cool to
Yeah,
look
no, I
at.
know what
It's
you're saying,
basically a stick that gives you that adds an extra foot or so to your arm.
Oh right, yeah.
I mean, I've seen people use it properly, and holy shit, they can make spears fly.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But yeah, the Aborigines never used the bow. Funnily enough, though, bows are legal and don't require any form of licensing, despite the fact that you
That's
can
just
totally
insane.
just walk out and buy a broadhead.
Ooh.
No licensing, no questions, nothing, and you're done.
Well, then time to use bows and arrows to fend off the hypothetical fucking home invaders
Yep.
and
But
dingoes.
so you don't require any form of licensing for a bow, but because it has a trigger, a crossbow is a firearm and is licensed appropriately. Well, I don't. It might
Right.
not
So that's
technically be a
that's how
firearm,
the
but
Australians define it, a firearm.
Okay, so now I have to ask again. It has a trigger, so it's a firearm. Does that mean the SDW is not allowed because they get triggered a lot?
no. It
God, I wish.
it also needs to be able to propel a projectile.
I mean, they
So-
can throw shit,
Yeah,
and
but
words
not
hurt,
very
so they can
far.
actually spit words.
But the laws, you know,
I'm
here
trying
are
to get
so
them banned
dumb.
in Australia. Don't stop me on this.
I wish we could just ban them on account of being repugnant. Just ban them on
or
account of
just
being
light a-
communists.
Or just light a fire under them, sing Kumbaya, see them dance, and then we dance. I have no idea where I'm going with
I mean,
this.
the thing
I'm
is,
tired.
actually, I mean, like, do you know how hard it is to actually hit somebody with a fucking handgun? I mean,
It is
It's not. It's
easy
really
unless
super
they're
hard.
right in your face, actually.
Yeah. I mean, I think movies and things have suggested to people
Yeah, they are really overstating it. It's not.
Sure,
that. Yeah.
but remember,
The
this is
people who can
Australia,
actually
where a
nail-
handgun is a short-barreled rifle.
No, yeah, no. It's
Of
just,
course.
I sort of think, folk think they could just pick up a fucking, if they
Oh, yeah, it takes
handed a
skill
gun, they'd
to
be able
get-
to shoot you.
It takes skill to hit anything with a bloody handgun, and then that's
Wildly inaccurate.
well, the handgun's fine. It's just that most people suck.
Well, I mean, just the adrenaline in the situation
Hmm.
generally causes most people to be fucking wildly inaccurate.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely awful, most people are.
And then, of course, the fact that 90% of people now turn them on their side because they've watched too many fucking shit films.
Of course. Usually followed by some kind of slur or another.
Yeah.
That does help, actually. So.
I played in Minecraft. No, it was I played Call of Duty. I know how to handle a gun.
What, by hopping,
Pretty much.
crouching and jumping alternatively?
My
Skip
face from
around
the
like a
wall in
bundle
real
of
life.
sticks.
No offense,
Uh,
bundle of.
I can say that, right? I can't say this is a power word F, but I can say bundle of six, right?
I always find it really amusing that in what is essentially war simulator, people get really upset if you camp, which is pretty much how war is done.
Yeah.
Right?
Because running off on your own would be, unwise.
Stupid. Yes.
I mean,
say
they
the
probably
least.
work under the principle of honor. So it's like, oh, that is not honorable. Standing with a fucking minigun.
This guy, yeah.
Yeah.
What's our next topic?
What do the Lotus Eaters have for us?
What
yes.
content of ours have they stolen?
We were supposed to steal from them, god damn it.
Right,
Obviously.
critical racist theory.
Well,
Oh,
that obviously reads cathedral too, but I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Yes, that's what it used to mean, isn't it?
Crikey!
oh shit. The American. Quick, people, stop talking shit about America.
So,
Yeah, man.
so
I mean,
the-
we just did a section over gun laws and shit, so like, I don't think anyone's in any position to talk shit about America.
look, I'm still of the opinion that Texas is too strict on gun laws.
Based.
We need Florida man and Texas man to unite.
Yes.
Form the
Florida man and Texas man for presidents and vice
You,
president.
you,
Oh
you
yeah.
guys are sleeping on New Hampshire, dude. That's like
They could join as well. They could join.
like all the libertarians are moving to New Hampshire.
Cool. Keep having.
I'm not that good geographically in America because, I live in Norway. Where's New Hampshire again?
In
I
America.
mean, neither am I, so I'm not gonna judge you or anything.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, but didn't they
Appreciate it.
do a study and Americans were worse at identifying states in America than fucking Europeans?
I mean, that's kind of the sad thing because it's like, there's the American stereotype of we kind of suck at geography and foreign and shit. And I'm a very smart American, right? Like,
I mean, you're
but
an engineer. You're an engineer, guys.
yeah, I'm an engineer, folks. But yeah, no, that is one area where the stereotype even holds up.
I mean, stereotypes do exist for a reason. That's all
Yeah,
I'm gonna
they
say.
do.
I stick by it, and I will stick by it until the day I die or get threatened with a gun to the head. Then I'll
Oh,
say it
well,
on the
sometimes
webcast.
the stereotypes
hang on.
break.
You would chicken out of your beliefs if someone held a gun to your head?
Depends on what kind of beliefs I had to defend. I mean, if it was the defense that traps are gay, I would be like, no, traps are gay. Fuck you. I will not go against that.
Okay, Tim.
But
Calm down on the degeneracy. We'll save that for after the gold chat.
Right,
We'll-
but
we'll get back to
stereotypes don't always hold. Like I mentioned Beto earlier. In one of the funniest moments of the Democrat primary to me, Beto, the Texan candidate, was arguing that the government should punish churches that don't support gay marriage. The Texan candidate said this, and then Buttigieg, the gay candidate, stepped in and was like, hold on, isn't that kind of like fucked up? That kind of like fucks with religious freedom. I'm like, what is happening here?
Yeah. So,
It's not very Texan of you.
the booty has spoken.
yeah, so that. So the dumb whiny lady, Joy Reid. That. Oil, can you stop wanking loudly into the microphone?
I'm still being attacked by zombies. I'm sorry. Oh,
So-
yeah, I've died.
So,
playing
Is it
Minecraft.
zombies? Isn't it werewolves in that game?
Well, whatever.
yeah.
I don't know, I'm like,
You're
this-
being
I've
attacked
lost
by
a
a
half
furry
of my-
convention.
So this daft cow, like, oh my god, that video was painful to watch. Just constantly like, no, stop, listen to me. Stop, listen. No, shut up for 5 fucking seconds. So,
That hurt to look at. It's like she realized she fucked up so many times, but she's like double down, triple
Yep.
down, quadruple down.
so,
Now
so-
she's down so much she literally has the downs.
Yep, so what we get to do, unlike the Lotus Eaters, is we can have a look at some of the YouTube comments that Christopher Rufo snipped to put on his Twitter. So, Jack Bannister, Joy is a one-trick pony. That's racist, that's racist, that's racist. 1,000 thumbs up. Jason Barrett, Joy Reid was thoroughly schooled here, and she basically stuck her fingers in her ears and went, la 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 la. MSNBC is shameless. Skeezer 7, this lady makes money off talking racism. She can't handle this guy because he's right. English translation of the title, Joy Reid humiliates herself and acts like a child who ran out of arguments but can't admit it.
No, you don't. No, I'm not gonna let people come onto my show and just tell lies.
Hey, listen!
she-
Hey, listen! Hey,
Sure.
listen!
She
The
reminds
meme
me
was
of
fucking right.
someone. Check General.
Yeah, no, that's just
Yeah,
offensive.
totally. Fucking totally. Yeah, no, actually, Navi is at least adorable, so you can forgive the nagging every now and then. That
Yes.
ain't adorable.
I mean, look,
That
there's Rule
thing ain't
34
adorable.
of Navi, which gives Navi an excuse. But
Whoa,
moving
hang
rapidly
on,
on.
What?
Is that the weird blue light and link that people want?
Yes.
It is.
Well,
I never
and she at
understood
least
that.
tells you useful stuff.
Sometimes,
she
yes.
does.
But
Step
yes.
out. Listen.
Yep. So, some of
Sorry.
the other comments. Ryan Power, Reid, by the end of this nonsense, you're basically claiming CRT doesn't even exist. You're a joke. Yep. Travis Cutler, this isn't an interview, it's a diatribe. You may or may not agree with Chris, but by not letting him answer, it totally discredits Joy. Fucking oath. 1.3 thousand thumbs ups. Ooh.
Well, you see, guys, that's not actually critical race theory. That's progressivism, and they're not related in any way.
Of course they're not.
Easy. Easy there.
Oh, my
What?
bad. It's critical race studies and not critical race theory. Who gives a shit?
Critical race practice.
Yeah,
Would you
like,
say it's super derogatory? Ugh.
Mm.
Oh god, I want to vomit.
Yeah. So one of the other things that came out is lying sack of shit Ibram Kendi told Joy Reid that he had zero connection with critical race theory. But 2 weeks ago he said critical race theory was foundational to his work. Whoops.
Really? Double speak.
Yep. Well, that's not even double speak. That's legitimately just lying through your fucking teeth.
Oh, sorry. My bad. I've been sort of on a bend on the fucking 1984 lately.
Yeah.
My bad.
But in 1984, they at least pretended.
Yeah, it was nice. It was nice, but, you know. Fuck
Yeah.
it. Ugh.
$25,000 they paid that sack of shit to speak at their leadership conference that did the Charlotte Mecklenburg Board of Education. And
Why couldn't it just use that to give money to the people who actually do their job?
I'm not too familiar with the wages of teachers in the US, so Second might have a better idea, but doesn't 25,000 buy another fucking teacher? Like, that's almost the wages of a teacher. Almost, anyway. Like, or at least like a teacher's assistant
it
or
would at
something.
least go like a decent amount of the way towards it or something.
Or a bonus to good teachers.
Or I don't like. There's a million things, but that's got to be at least more than halfway to a whole new fucking teacher. And every bit of research I've ever seen says that the smaller the size of the class, the better.
That is true.
Absolutely disgusting waste of money.
It is.
Yeah, I had a big fucking class in geometry, and because of the size of it, I basically had to be TA. I wasn't at any official position. I was just really good at that class. And so by the time we were on our third teacher, because our first two had to leave for differing reasons, like people kept coming to me because I knew the material better than our third teacher did.
Second, please show us the way.
I've seen some teachers who were legitimately dumber than the kids.
That has been apparent in America.
I actually think that's quite often the case. And most of the sort of subjects I ever really did, because they're sort of technical, the teachers were often way less smart than some of the guys doing it.
Actually, were some of those in Norway too. We had this one student who, I don't remember what it was. I think it was during biology. She got really into viruses and microbiology, and holy shit, she just started like schooling the teacher. So in the end, the teacher started actually bringing the book and read after. She's like, yeah, but it's like that. So it ended up being fucking debates, and it was hilarious. I miss those days. But the teacher didn't get upset. He actually stood there, widening his eyes, like, wow. And then he ended up, he was like, do you want to try to do this? And she said, no, unless I get paid.
Nice.
So at some point in the clip, the lady says, well, actually, Robin DiAngelo is not a critical theorist. And here's what
Robin
Wikipedia says.
DiAngelo, not a critical theorist?
No, here's what Wikipedia says. Her subdisciplines are whiteness studies and critical discourse analysis.
Oh, come on.
Yes, but those things
Sounds like
aren't specifically,
Sounds like
literally,
a Snopes response.
word for word, critical race theory. So yes, false, says Snopes. There are all
yes,
these
Snopes
things
are the
that
arbiter
are
of
critical race theory, but because they're not specifically referred to as that in the Wikipedia article.
Oh my God! Hang on. I opened the Wikipedia as any Wikipedia scholar would for whiteness studies, right?
And
That's
let
your
me guess, it
social
says
said
critical race theory.
wiggles.
Hang on, no, you gotta brace yourselves for this. An interdisciplinary area of inquiry that has developed in the beginning of the United States from white trash studies and critical race studies, particularly in the late 20th century.
Of course.
Oh
White
my God!
trash
And
studies.
no, if you go down to schools of thought, the only one listed there is critical whiteness studies. Quote,
Oh
an
my-
offshoot of critical race theory.
But critical
She's got
race theory is a
basically
myth,
nothing to do with
guys.
critical race theory.
Totally.
No,
Yeah.
well, here's the thing. I'm glad we
It's
checked
real,
this
but Robin
now.
DiAngelo has nothing to do with it.
No, I'm glad we checked this now because they're probably
Before
gonna
it
edit
changes,
the
yeah.
they're gonna change it. Like
Oh, look,
kinda
on the
like,
Wikipedia good. I forgot. I almost forgot. I'm in charge of this thing, so I can just drag shit over. Let's see.
Yeah.
On the Wikipedia article for critical race theory, views, common themes, intersectional theory. You lying sack of shit. The bitch said it wasn't
Yeah.
intersectional theory.
No,
Well,
she
I've
said
got a
it was
Wikipedia
progressive.
article.
You got a Wikipedia article on that?
Yes, I fucking do, Vorch.
Oh, shit.
I'll be honest, I actually had no idea intersectionality came from race theory.
Well, intersectionality
yeah.
comes from critical theory, which is the Marxist bullshit of.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I think the way it originated is socialists that didn't like that Marxism was focusing on economics, and they said, what if we had Marxism, but for everything else?
Basically. And that's essentially what
Vibrant
critical
courage.
theory is.
Well, it's kind of funny because I remember when Adam and Sitch were reacting to Vosh, like reacting to a PragerU critical race theory. Like Vosh at one point was like, "Oh, okay, all this fear mongering about critical theory from conservatives saying it's Marxist and stuff, like, fucking assholes." And then later in that same fucking video, Vosh goes, "Well, Martin Luther King would have agreed with critical theory because it's rooted in Marxism."
Of course you would.
What?
Oops.
No, he would have not.
His most
Listen,
famous
listen.
speech refutes every
No,
part of it.
hang on, because this is important. The founder of critical theory, right? The guy who founded critical theory, went against the. What's that
Brown
case
v.
called?
Board of
You would know.
Education.
Yeah, Brown versus the Board of Education went against the anti-segregation side. He was pro-segregation. He just complained that the blacks weren't treated equally, so he wanted equal but separate.
Jesus
Why did he want them
Christ.
separate? Because if blacks were in the same school, whites would dominate or something.
Probably something stupid
Yeah,
like that.
it was probably something. like
Human
that, yeah.
civilization, not
Yeah.
whiteness, dominates this. Whatever, now and
Yeah.
always.
As Primary Night Point says, if anything's got the Frankfurt School mark, burn it and dump it.
Yeah.
Agreed. Good boy.
Basically.
I honestly burn anything that has to do with Germany and France just to be safe.
I remember just innocently sitting in
So
my.
That's
what
why I
you're-
always burn the croissants.
So what you're saying is we need to go back to Germany and finish the job.
Yes.
Jawohl.
No, I'm not saying that at all.
Yes.
Silence,
What
Indian.
I'm saying is the Germans need to go clean their room.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
They tried, but, they misheard a glass of juice.
Oh man, I remember like when I was
You
like,
gotta take that juice out of your room. It's been there for ages.
I remember.
What,
No,
what
I remember.
did you say?
Take out the juice.
Now,
Now, I remember though back in 2014 when I was in a debate class in high school, and two of the like more senior people on the debate team were like, "There's this thing called critical race theory, and you might be able to like use it to win debates." And they're describing it like all white people are racist because of whiteness, and then there's blackness in society. And me and my friend and debate partner were just sitting in the back of the room laughing the entire time. God, how optimistically naive I was back then.
Well, you see, whiteness is an abstract concept, and anyone can have whiteness, even black people.
Of course.
Sounds like whiteness is very inclusive and diverse.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's inclusive if you're on time.
Well, it's also funny too because like it's associated with fascism, but like the Smithsonian's infographic on it, if you think about it,
Classic.
points out that whiteness is anti-fascist
Really?
with its individualism and English common law.
Yeah.
How dare it? Well,
How
here comes
dare
the
they?
Zoom, so I'm a dip. See you guys
All
later.
right, so the other two guys are going to head off to the Zoom call. They will be back in
They're
about
not-
an hour.
The term is gold tier Chad, not guy.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, the gold tier Chads will be off to the Zoom call for any
They
of
are
you.
right though.
Yes. So, Cap, you've got some stories
Yeah.
for me.
Yes, I do have some stories for you. Some very entertaining stories. Well, what do you wanna start with? An upper or a downer?
We might start with a downer, shall we?
All right. China. They're communist. And,
Yes. And that's the downer.
the communists. That's the down. The communists don't have a great record with nuclear power.
Yes, communists tend to fuck it up every time they get near it.
Yeah. So, this has been in the news this past week. A nuclear plant in Guangdong province of China, where both Macau and Hong Kong are located.
Wait, Cap.
is-
You made a mistake. It's not China. It's West Taiwan.
Yeah, I'm sorry. A nuclear plant in Guangdong, a province of West Taiwan, where both Macau and Hong Kong are located, is being investigated regarding a potential issue linked to built-up gases. So, gases, yeah, who cares? That's not that relevant. But it turns out they have damaged some of the fuel rods.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. And the Chinese are saying, well, it's just a couple of fuel rods, guys. Don't worry about it. We have many. But there's a French company that's involved with this. EDF, it's called. And they have a minority stake in the plant. And they seem to be doing most of the work to fix the situation. The Chinese are not that bothered about it.
Unsurprising.
Like, yeah, you've seen how the Chinese are. Like, even with when the Wuhan stuff happened, they didn't care about the loss of life. So they're willing to sacrifice their own people if it means progress. You know, they're very progressive people.
Yes, the price of progress will be paid for in human suffering, not ours, yours, says the
Yes, exactly.
Communist Party.
The Chi-coms.
Exactly.
So the radiation levels around the area seem to be in like the normal levels. They're standard levels for the area near a plant, but apparently the French company is warning that the Nuclear Safety Administration has raised the acceptable levels.
Right, so they're saying that everything's within the acceptable levels, but the
Because we
top
raised
of the
the
acceptable
acceptable
levels
level.
are changing. Funny that.
Yeah, it just keeps going up. Yeah. It's they did this the French company said they did this to avoid shutting down the plant. Because they still want the energy running and they want to avoid shutting it down at all costs. And if there is something going wrong with it, they would rather sacrifice humans as opposed to energy.
Well, that's it. At least for Russia, most of the guys that went in to try and clean up Chernobyl, to my understanding, were kind of volunteer-ish. But in
Yeah.
China, there's gonna be no volunteering, even ish.
No, I'll be honest. I don't think people even know that this is going on in the area.
It won't surprise me at
And
all.
Yeah, this is barely talked even outside of China about. I've only seen a couple of articles on this. There's one from Yahoo, there's one from BBC, and there's a couple of others. But
My
it's
God, BBC doing real news.
yeah, no, it's crazy. But they're not saying anything critical about it. They're just like, yeah, we think it's fine. So, a subsection of the French energy company that has the stake in the plant, it's called Pharmatome. They have warned that the area was facing an imminent radiological threat.
Huh.
And China chose to do nothing about that.
That sounds pretty typical for China.
Do you know why they're doing this? Why they're just ignoring it and powering through?
Isn't that like every other problem that China has? Ignore it and the
No,
poor
but
can
like
suffer?
regarding nuclear energy in specific.
No, I'm not familiar. Please educate me.
So China aims to be the leading nuclear energy provider by 2050.
Really?
This is their actual plan. Yeah. And I think the only competition they really have is France. France has a lot of its energy comes from nuclear power, which the only thing I can respect France on, I'll be honest.
Yeah, I think we've mentioned it on a previous podcast. They're doing a lot of essentially mini reactors, aren't they? So it's in rather than one just massive plant, they have a lot of smaller
Yeah.
ones, right?
A lot of smaller ones for like the whole area surrounding the plant, and it's great, good stuff. I love seeing that. I love nuclear energy, but I'd rather not have China be the one that's providing it to me.
Yes. We probably don't want to be encouraging China.
Yeah, we probably want to encourage the Western countries that are our allies, our friends, because many of them seem to turn their back on nuclear energy. Like Germany, which I think it was Germany that just outlawed the use of nuclear power recently.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Let me check this out.
In the actual city I live in, one of the things that our previous mayor did was like no nuclear here, not ever, and it's generally not a thing that people want, despite the fact that we do have electricity problems and electricity prices are through the roof. I mean, it's Australia. We've got a billion miles of desert that we're doing jack shit with. We could stick a couple of nuclear plants there.
Yeah, absolutely. But they choose not to.
Yep.
Because then the energy companies wouldn't have anything to do.
Yep, and they
Imagine
do
how many poor oil workers you'd have to lay off. Think about that oil guy, you know?
Oh, he'll be fine
Would you
making
sacrifice
weapons.
his job? Right. So yeah, it seems Germany's doing a nuclear phase out. They have a couple of left, a couple of nuclear generators left, and they're trying to phase them out. This is all because of Chernobyl. This is all because of communists looking at the US and seeing, oh, nuclear power, yeah, we'll do that. And then they dress up some monkeys in a lab coat and it's like, just set them free in the facility.
Well, my understanding of the Chernobyl disaster, and I should do a video on this, have a look into it.
Yeah. It's
My
an interesting
understanding
topic.
is that even taking into account Soviet safety standards, I'm pretty sure the plants wasn't even holding to those.
No.
Whatever the Soviets said with the safety standards, which no one else would consider them, I'm pretty sure they were even failing to hold up to them.
Yeah, no, they are very. I guess they didn't understand it that properly back then, right? They didn't understand how dangerous it can actually be. So you have these people who I suppose have worked previously in like oil power plants, right? Oil, coal, fossil fuel power plants, and they're like, yeah, everything's fine. Nothing can really go that catastrophically wrong. So they're very relaxed about it. And obviously, that led to the biggest nuclear disaster that put people off of nuclear energy. And all the fearmongers ever since have profited off of it.
Yep, all the people in the fossil fuel industries are quite happy to let the fear build and build and build. I can see from the Yahoo News article that even the Chinese scientist does have a good point. He said the media were often unwilling to put risks into proper perspective. Killing off the nuclear industry in the West, yep, seems reasonable. Coal-fired power plants can emit and discharge more radioactivity than nuclear power plants. I did not know that, but I can see how that would work, especially considering the amount of just generic garbage that burning anything puts into the atmosphere.
The biggest killer out of all the energies is fossil fuels.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why I don't have a huge objection to the whole green energy thing. I just have an
it's followed up
objection
by green
to...
energy. And nuclear is last.
Well, nuclear would be infinitely cheaper than a lot of this green energy rubbish. Especially for Australia, like, we mine uranium and then apparently ship it to the bloody Chinese. Like, we could just keep it and have free energy.
Ah, yes, your close friends, the Chinese.
Our lords and masters, the Chinese.
What's the situation between Australia and China?
Yeah. Well, our
I've
government's
heard
finally nutted up a little bit and has started telling China to take their bullshit and shove it. But they didn't do it anywhere near long enough. Like, they've leased out a lot and sold a lot of stuff to the Chinese. Like, there are Chinese businessmen that own hundreds of houses.
Oh.
Several of our ports are leased to the Chinese. Large amounts of infrastructures owned by or leased to the Chinese. The Chinese own some mines. They own a bunch of farms. So basically, the government
Wow.
was happy as long as the money kept rolling in, but now they're looking at going, maybe there's not as much money in it as we thought. So we might as well start standing up to them.
The Australian government doesn't have that many balls, does it?
The Australian government is full of idiots for the most part. Unfortunately, our only political party with any nut balls whatsoever is a little too nutty to be attractive to the average person. Being the only thing to the right of centre, it attracts all the people to the right of centre. Which, unfortunately, as well as the moderate, sane people, it attracts all the legitimate right-wing nut jobs.
Mm-hmm.
So what we really need is a far-right party to attract all the nut jobs so that the right-wing party can look better.
can get the normal people on board.
Yeah, like, they actually got gender-neutral language banned in government, and they have got the Senate to ban... I think they got the Senate to ban critical race theory.
Oh, all right. That's pretty
Let
great.
me have a look, because
I didn't expect that
that's
of
based.
Australia.
Yeah. Let me see if I can find a decent, legitimate website. Because some websites are just odd. Let me see if I can find a mainstream newspaper. That's a dodgy one. That's pointless. Let's see if we can find this. Oh, good lord, there's some appalling.
There's an article from The Guardian saying we need more, not less, critical thinking about race in Australia. Look how they frame it. Critical thinking about race.
Yeah, which is exactly what it's not about. Oh, the National Indigenous Times. I wonder what they have to say about it. Oh, the Daily Telegraph. That might be useful.
Yeah, yeah. It's a member-only story.
Of course it is. What a waste of
nice.
oxygen. Oh, Sky News. That'll do.
Yeah, Sky News Australia. That should do.
Oh, no, that's Ted Cruz. I mean, base Ted Cruz as well, but...
I don't know about that. Ted Cruz is
yeah, he's based sometimes. He's a politician through and through. I mean, I'll take anyone who's against critical race theory at this point.
Sometimes he's a rhino, sometimes he really is the Zodiac killer.
Yep. Okay, let's get
sometimes he really likes butter.
Let's get the article over real quick.
You got it? Alright.
Yep.
Just
so yeah.
Stop the autoplay.
Damned autoplays. Nothing should autoplay except YouTube, damn it.
Yeah.
So basically, One Nation Senator Malcolm Roberts said One Nation led push to stop critical race theory from infecting and indoctrinating our kids by teaching them what to think and not how to think. Pretty much. And this is coming in Australia, where on 2 separate occasions, they've made the straight white boys stand up and apologise for being straight white boys.
Wow.
Like, we legitimately need to ban this stuff before it gets a hold like it has in the US. Because people are saying, they're bringing in American cultural stuff. Yes, and they're banning it so we don't end up with the same problems they have.
Yeah, this is an exclusively American thing. It doesn't work anywhere else. And even in America, it's like, you know.
Yes, but they try and import everything in here, like Black Lives Matter. It's like, I want to talk about
Europe. Go to Europe and talk about whiteness there. See how that goes.
and sadly, a lot of Europe's pretty cacked. Go to Poland and talk about whiteness. Poland
No,
are
but
being
what
pretty based, at
the
least.
concept of whiteness doesn't make
Oh
any
yeah, it's
sense
thoroughly
in
stupid.
Europe.
Like, what exactly do they think Slav means?
Literally comes from slave.
Exactly. Like, they think white people are
Well-
racist towards black people. You should see how racist white
Well,
people
you
are towards
see-
white people.
The Polish aren't white people. The president of Haiti declared them the white N-words of Europe.
Oh, nice.
Do you know about that?
No, I did not.
Poles the white of Europe. Let's see. Yeah, I found it. I'll put it in general. There you go.
Oh, Polish Haitians.
Mm-hmm.
Primarily Haitian people of Polish and African ancestry dating to the early 19th century. Right.
Go to history. Go to history. The sentence starting with Haiti's first head of state.
Haiti's first head of state, Jean-Jacques Dessalines, called Polish people the white... Oh, it's not that word. It's the white Negroes of
No.
Europe,
Yeah.
which was then regarded a great honour as it meant brotherhood between Poles and Haitians. Well, there you go.
Yeah.
I was wondering if he said the power word, but no.
This if I'm not wrong, this is also the guy that was like a practitioner of voodoo.
Nice. that
think
would
it
be
was.
very funny.
Might be a different guy. Oh well, I know he's from Haiti. We went on a very weird tangent.
Yes. I don't know how we got on this tangent, but it was interesting nonetheless. Okay, so
China.
we were on
critical
nukes.
race theory.
Ah, yes,
Well,
critical race theory, yes. Right, so where do you want us to take us back to? Do you want to take us back to the nuclear issues, or did you want to go to something else? It's up to you.
Yeah, well, there's not much info on the nuclear stuff. It's not talked about enough, I think.
I would say you're right. So let's see.
I suppose
why
that's because
BBC?
China's probably withholding info.
As always, just like they did on the coup, they're withholding info.
Yeah.
But yes, so China does admit to the damage to the fuel rods. That's not good. Really not good.
Yeah.
And we do have a map of where it is located.
Yeah.
Oh yes,
This is
basically right
the
next to Hong Kong.
area it would affect.
Yeah,
It's, pretty
not
bad.
great.
No. So what they're saying in the BBC article is, well, yes, we have some damaged rods, but there's like thousands of rods, so it's only like 0.1% if you really think about it.
Right, and yeah, okay. Oh, literally. Of the 60,000 fuel rods in the reactor, the damaged ones count for less than 0.1%. Right. So,
But it's
some
small things
mathematical
that can lead to
bullshit.
big. It's small things like that can lead to big catastrophes.
Yeah. So 0.01%. So let me do some quick math. So that should be an extra 2 zeros times 60,000. Right, so 6. They could have just told us that.
Yeah, no, they could have, but they chose not to. Oh well.
Also, how do they know
what
that
is-
there's only 6?
I'm not sure. I don't think they really know.
Yeah.
So what's happening is these damage rods lead to some gases building up in the reactor, and they're saying that's normal.
Well,
but it's not really.
no, it's not.
Because the French company seems very worried about the situation, and the Chinese government chooses not to do anything about it.
Yeah, that sounds about right for China, disregarding human life.
Yeah. If anything else comes up on this story, I'll probably write an article about it.
Excellent.
But at the moment, there's very hard. It's very hard to find info on it.
Yeah, I can imagine. China's keeping their lips tight, I'm sure.
Yeah. Well, we can only hope on the French company to reveal more as time goes on. Right. Juneteenth was a while back.
Yes. So,
Do you want to
tell
talk
me,
about
what
it?
stupid shit did they come up with for Juneteenth to make themselves look stupid?
Well, IKEA, a company that, of course, should celebrate Juneteenth, decided to make a new menu to celebrate it: fried chicken and watermelon. I wish I was joking.
Yeah, that's very interesting how that's a stereotype, or as the Independent calls it, racist tropes about African Americans. Really?
And let's be honest, it is.
Yeah.
It's. I don't know why they thought this was a good idea.
It's really not a smart idea at all. I will step out for a second. I'll be back shortly. Why don't you tell some more about it?
All right. So, they did this thing, and many people didn't like it. What a surprise! It's actually amazing that people don't agree with the company doing woke shit. And this time, it wasn't just the right wing people. The leftists actually decided to put their money where their mouth is, and they quit their job. They were working at IKEA and decided, yeah, I'd rather not work for a racist company. But this is what critical race theory gets you through. It's essentially academic stereotyping of the races.
You are exactly right. It is academic stereotyping of races, which is how you end up with stupid things like the Smithsonian saying that punctuality and individualism are whiteness.
It's a mark of
Woo!
whiteness, yes. Woo! So this is IKEA's statement on this. To honor the day, a lunch menu was created with the best of intentions, including recommendations from Black coworkers. We got it wrong and we sincerely apologize.
Oh my god. Recommendations from black co-workers. Right, and how many of those black co-workers have ever been to America at IKEA?
Probably none. But I can tell you, 20 of them walked out in response to this. One anonymous employee says, "You cannot say serving watermelons on Juneteenth is a soul food menu when you don't even know the history. They used to feed the slaves watermelon during the slave times."
Oh, it was in Atlanta. Right.
Yeah.
Isn't... Melancholy Poet says they got trolled by their black co-workers. Kind of sounds like it.
Maybe, yeah, that would have been an amazing troll.
Like, that's probably what it was. They were probably seeing their menu as sarcastic. It's like, oh yeah, watermelon and fried chicken. Then some idiot went back to a board meeting and was like, this is what they said.
And the guys were like, yeah, that's a great idea. Let's do this. This had to pass multiple levels of checks to actually happen, and it happened.
Yep, and not one person thought, hang on, isn't that a stereotype?
No.
It's strange.
So, IKEA spokeswoman said the menu was changed after receiving the complaints, with internal emails reported by CBS 46 listing the new menu as including meatloaf, mashed potatoes, collard greens, and cornbread.
Uh-huh. Yep, student of history says the same. The black guy said fried chicken and watermelon. Roll with it. Did not
Yeah.
go well for them. Not smart people are these big corporate dickheads, are they?
We value our coworkers' voices and changed the menu after receiving feedback that the foods were selected are not reflective of the deeply meaningful traditional foods historically served as part of Juneteenth celebrations. There's traditional food for Juneteenth? I didn't know that.
Neither did I. Student of history asks, why do they even serve food? My understanding is that IKEAs are so big they have a food court to keep people inside buying more.
Yes, and well, it really is because when you go into an IKEA, you get lost and you can't find the exit, and many people died of starvation, so they decided to install food courts after that.
Yes. Reminds me of one of my
Uh,
favourite jokes. How many potatoes does it take to kill an Irishman?
None. Yeah.
Yeah.
So they usually serve like meatballs, like any other Swedish company, but
Yes.
they decided, for the black people,
Yep, we'll
fried
change
chicken
it
and
up.
watermelon. Can't wait till
Yeah.
they have the segregated menu. There's always next year, man.
Well, if this critical race theory stuff goes on unchecked, how long until there's legitimately two different water fountains for the coloureds
no,
and the whites?
That's gonna be the case, but they'll just make the black fountain larger.
Probably. Like, I would legitimately wonder what would happen if some troll went to one of these universities and was like, BIPOC aren't, put a sign over one of the water fountains being like, BIPOC only.
Oh my god. That does sound like something that could happen.
4chan, where you at? We've got an idea.
So
Actually,
in chat says, I'm suddenly reminded of SCP 3006, is that?
3008.
Yeah. 3008. Yeah, that's the infinite IKEA.
Oh, I
love-
see.
Yeah.
Nice.
Good.
Second
idea.
just
Like,
graduated from uni. We'll send him back with a sign. BIPOC only to stick
Yeah,
on the water
yeah.
fountain. And then we'll film it and
Don't
see
you
how
do
it goes.
And call the people that want to take it down racist and see what happens.
Sad thing is, that'd probably work exactly how we think it would.
Yeah. Just make me more disappointed in humanity.
Absolutely. It's really sad.
A bunch of indoctrinated people screaming based. Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah. They'd all be in favour of it, and the next thing you know, it'd be on all the water fountains in the uni.
No, white people not allowed to drink water at uni.
Yeah.
Bring your own.
White people have to use the taps that aren't cooled. And they
and
at no point would they see the irony in it.
some white liberals just gonna go up to a urinal and put whites only on it, and everyone will clap, I bet.
Oh, absolutely. They totally do something that's sad and pathetic.
Yeah. An important person died recently.
Yes.
John McAfee.
Yes, he was Epstein.
Well, technically, the police said he killed himself, so you'd be a conspiracy theorist to say otherwise.
Indeed.
John McAfee was declared dead in the Spanish prison he resided. In the past, he said multiple times that he was feeling content with his life, that he was happy where he was, he had food, water, and was not interested in committing suicide. This was like at least 3 times on Twitter he said, I'm not going to commit suicide.
Yes. And so he was either telling the truth or it is one hell of a base troll.
I mean, that's possible, you know. It's like, what would get the people most scared if I said, "Oh, I'm not gonna commit I'm not gonna commit suicide multiple times," and then I do, and I posthumously blame it on the government.
Yes. He does seem like the kind of person who'd do that, but yeah,
but
I'm going to go
So-
with Epstein.
yeah, Tim Pool spoke about this yesterday, and yesterday, yeah. No, it was the day, whatever. He spoke about this, and he said he seems like the kind of guy that enjoys doing this. So why would he end it?
Exactly.
Which, it's true.
And someone did
Uh,
raise the point of why would he do it in Spain? Why wouldn't he wait till he got to the US if they forced him to?
Yeah, it does. It doesn't make sense, you know.
Yeah, there's definitely enough questions in the air.
He went so far as to get a tattoo on himself, with a dollar sign saying "whacked," and he said, "I get the feeling that the U.S. government is trying to tell me they're gonna kill me. That they're trying to say we're gonna go kill yourself. But if I do, I didn't commit suicide. It was the government. I got whacked."
Sadly, there's no reason to believe that they couldn't do that.
Yeah. Have you seen the tattoo?
Yes, I did see the tattoo. Yeah.
There's something a bit odd about tattoo, isn't there?
Indeed.
It
Dollar
starts with a
signs.
dollar sign.
Yes.
What does that mean?
I wonder if it implies that somebody rich was responsible.
No. In fact,
Oh.
it indicates that is a crypto token.
Oh. Yes.
John McAfee, when Epstein got, Epstein, he made a crypto token relating to it. The full name of it was Epstein did not kill himself. And the symbol for it was $ whacked.
Mm-hmm.
So when he was feeling like he was going to as well get whacked, he decided to tattoo it on himself.
I see. Very interesting. To make sure it'd get out there, and it certainly has.
Yeah, but the tweet in itself was pretty weird. He kept saying, "If I do kill myself, check my right arm. I was whacked." It's like, yeah, we know you made the coin and we know what it means, haha, and we know you're posting about this, but why check your right arm, you know? Some people are speculating he's not dead.
He's been
Are
disappeared to
you
the CIA black site, is that it?
are you ready to go into the rabbit hole?
Oh, I'm ready.
All right, because this is very enjoyable. So, did you know John McAfee had 3 body clones and they all died?
I did not know that.
Yes. He made a tweet a while back that he said, "Everyone's telling me, oh, I want to be your body double. No, you don't. You fucking don't. I had 3 body doubles in the past and they all got killed. 2 got
Intriguing.
shot and one got poisoned.
Now, if I was a suspicious person, I'd say someone was out to get him.
Maybe. It's very curious, isn't it?
It is curiouser and curiouser.
Let me see if I can find the screenshot of said tweet. You don't want to be my body double. I should get it. Oh, here we go. Here's one of them from 2019.
Right.
I shall put it in general. One of his body doubles got disappeared.
Disappeared 7 days ago. Ooh.
Yep.
And this is in 2019. That's a bit too far back to all be part of a master plan.
Yeah, no, but the idea is he had body doubles in the past.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
What makes us think he wouldn't keep having body doubles?
Yes. He probably
people
would.
on people on poll have been very at work with this. They had quite some time to think about it and quite some time to theorize, and they've gone places, I'll tell you that.
Yes, very interesting.
I found the tweet I was referring to initially. There we go. Check this out.
Ah, yes. Yep, and these look like legitimate news sites that are in the pictures.
Yep.
Yep. McAfee disappearing after going dark after disappearance of body double. Yep. One shot and killed,
McAfee
2 have been in prison for more than 10 years. 3 have been poisoned. Wow.
Yeah, he has a long history of body doubles going bad.
Very interesting.
So some people on the wonderful website of 4chan have been theorizing the person that died now was also a body double. And there's this one picture from the last time we've seen him alive that looks very odd.
Ooh.
There we go.
Let's
Have a look at this.
Interesting.
Oh, that's very zoomed in. That is. Yeah. So that's how he looked at the hearing, and that's up top and up down at the bottom is how he normally.
You're right. Those two definitely look a bit different. Very suspicious.
Very suspicious. But many people say, "Nah, that's bullshit. That's disinformation." What actually is going on is even deeper.
Oh.
It's way further down the rabbit hole than this. He actually dies. But why does he die? Well, why would someone want to Epstein John McAfee? You know, he made an antivirus and he snorts coke and bangs prostitutes. Who cares? You know, he's just a guy. It's not like he has incriminating evidence on the government, right?
Right. No, it couldn't be that.
No, that would be a bit absurd. He tweeted out saying he has 31 terabytes of incriminating evidence on the government. 31 terabytes.
That's a little bit.
Oh yeah, that's quite the little bit. And he said that if he dies, his dead man switch is gonna activate, and he's gonna post the information online.
Intriguing. I am looking forward to seeing if that dead man switch triggers. Would be very interesting.
Well, some people are theorizing it already did.
Ooh.
So you know how I mentioned that he made the cryptocurrency, right? The
Right.
whacked thing. Well, recently, an account that had a lot of it woke up after he died and
Oh.
suddenly started making a crazy amount of transactions to random addresses.
Very interesting.
The account's name was Epstein.
Ooh.
Ooh, yeah. You know, Eric Weinstein?
Yes.
So Eric Weinstein has been in contact with McAfee before he died. And yeah, here it is. They talked about Epstein and stuff. And he found two things about Epstein that are not public yet. By the way, just saying now, Eric Weinstein didn't kill himself when he eventually does.
Yeah.
But
Sounds good.
yeah, McAfee had a huge interest in what happened to Jeffrey Epstein, to the point where he would make a currency about it, and suddenly, an account called Epstein, after John dies, starts making crazy transactions of this cryptocurrency.
Right.
So how could that transmit any data? Like, right, so he's making transactions. So what? Who cares? Well, the way John McAfee programmed the cryptocurrency is that anytime a transaction is made, 10% of it is burned off.
Right.
So the market cap, as transactions are made, is slowly decreasing over time.
Mm-hmm.
Some people on 4chan have worked out, this is based on ETH, which you can embed data in the transactions.
Right. Now let's get
And
deeper.
there's a huge schizobabble charts going on. There you go.
Oh, this looks like typical 4chan crazy.
Yeah, it does. I love it. So this account starts making transactions. The people in 4chan measured how fast is the market cap going down. Oh, it's going this by this amount of money per hour, and they worked out when would it get down to zero, and it's around the 11th of August
Right.
this year. So if there was to be data embedded in the transactions on the 11th of August, you would be able to take the whole thing out and presumably put it together and read it.
Ooh.
There's
Yeah.
there's about 31 terabytes of the thing. It would be reasonable to believe that it would take about until the 11th of August for all of that to transfer. It's a huge amount of data.
Yeah.
Some people are linking this to a guy called Gavin McClelland, who apparently had some of that whacked coin. The guy was really interested in John McAfee, but I don't see that thing going very far. It's yeah, essentially people are speculating by the 11th of August the thing will be fully published and people will be able to rip it out of the blockchain and read it. But why would John McAfee go through all this trouble and not just upload the file somewhere on the internet? You know?
Of course.
You could just make a website, host it, and it's fine. People can access it.
But the government can shut that down in a heartbeat, of course.
Yes, but you know what they can't shut down?
Decentralized crypto. Yeah.
The blockchain. You would have to take down the whole blockchain if you wanted to get rid of this, or stop people from accessing the web.
Uh-huh.
Aha. Now you see. Blockchain is a way to put information out there forever. So it would make sense that if you did have incriminating data, you'd want it on the blockchain. Sort of like how NFTs work, right? You've heard of NFTs?
Very vaguely familiar with them.
NFTs are files, photos, videos, stuff like that, but put onto the blockchain. They're encrypted and put onto the blockchain so that they're there forever.
Yep.
And it each of them has its own like unique signature, and that's how you know it's the original. It's the one, you know.
Yeah, right.
Another thing, people have been noticing, there's around 31,000 people that hold this coin, like the whole thing.
Uh-huh.
And there's 31 terabytes. Oh, numbers! You see the connection?
That one's
it's
a
getting
little
into,
less
like,
convincing, but yeah, I'm
yeah,
following.
it's getting into the levels of you know, numerology and stuff like that. You know, oh, I see number there, I see number there, and all the autists on 4chan, their heads rings like, I found what the real secret is.
Yes.
I love it. I love schizo rambles on 4chan. How much of this is true? I don't know. Maybe none, but I would like to believe there's 31 terabytes of incriminating data on the US government that's gonna get posted, you know?
God, I'd love to believe it. Would be really nice to see them get their asses kicked by John McAfee.
Yes. So, how well do you know the culture of 4chan?
Not much.
Well, people on 4chan really love. If you're gonna ask them all, they really love two things in particular: gets and rare flags.
Uh-huh.
On places like Poll and a couple other boards, you can see the flag of the poster, like where they're coming from, where they're posting from, and usually
Right.
you can't get around with VPNs and stuff like that. It's very difficult to do it. So you can usually believe whoever has the flag is the real thing, right? And this guy posts from French southern and Antarctic lands, which is, you know, in the Antarctic. That's pretty hard to get to. And
Yeah.
it's very rare that a poster from there shows up. And he says the offshore servers are being spun up. As soon as the contingency data is replicated to the network, it will be made public. You will know when the time comes. soon. It reminds me of Q very much, QAnon and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Speaking of Q, couple of hours after McAfee died, a post goes up on his Instagram account of a Q.
Interesting.
What could that mean? Many people are saying it's QAnon related, but some people believe something else. John McAfee has a brother, Patrick McAfee, and he usually goes by the name Patrick Q McAfee.
Interesting.
Now, I'm gonna show you a clip. You know about the whatchamacallit? The building that collapsed in Miami recently.
Yes.
What if I told you that could be related?
Right.
Would you believe me? Or would you think it's schizobabble?
I mean, let's find out.
I think it's schizobabble, but I find it very entertaining. XF 8. Just gotta copy the link from an image, which is always nice to do. G3Y. There you go. This should still work.
Right, let's have a look-see, shall we?
So this is a reporter interacting with an official regarding the collapsed building. I hope it's still up.
No.
No, it's gone.
The whole domain's
that's
gone.
upsetting. No. It's still, that's streamables.com.
Oh, is it?
Oh no, the whole domain's gone.
Looks like the whole domain's gone.
No. I got it wrong. It's streamable, not streamables.
Ah.
My fault. I'm sorry. But I'm just worried it would be like a temporary file storage thing, so you could pick the. No, the video's still there.
No idea.
Okay, I'll start that again from the beginning.
I don't have
And
that.
I will.
That is correct.
Mr. Mayor, I'm with IP2 News. There's speculation that Pat McAfee's files were located inside that building. Is that true?
No idea. I don't have that.
Pat McAfee's file.
That is correct.
Mr. Mayor, I'm with IP2 News.
As
There's
in
speculation that
Patrick
Pat McAfee's files were located inside that building. Is that true?
No
The
idea.
brother of John McAfee. That's curious.
I don't have that. That is correct.
The video just looping.
There's speculation that Pat McAfee's files were located inside that building. Is that true?
No idea.
Bezek?
Sorry. Just had to
Alright.
grab something real quick.
I don't-
So,
Alright.
that's interesting, isn't it?
Pat McAfee's files.
Yeah.
Now there's many people going by Pat McAfee. There's like a football coach or something. But there's also John McAfee's brother.
Right.
And if he was to trust someone with that incriminating data, you know,
Yes,
A
it might
family
just be
member
a
would be a
close
safe
family
choice.
member, yeah.
yeah. But, you know. I'm just very curious what they actually what the reporter actually meant by it, because it's a question that comes out of the blue. It's not explained anywhere else.
Yes, I do wonder if the clip is faked. The audio does sound a bit odd during that, but it is very interesting nonetheless.
I don't think it's necessarily faked, but I don't think it might be related to this. I think people are just finding patterns where there is nothing to be found.
Yeah, very
which is
interesting.
a hobby of many people on Poll on X as well. So here's something that someone posted on 4chan. It's in the whole thing, but I'll just give you the isolated pic on its own.
Ah, yes, this one up here.
Yeah. So someone posted on 4chan saying they worked for the security in DC, and they said people are getting nervous here. You're getting very close. Of course, it was faked. People found out. You could just get those on eBay very easily.
Of course.
Yeah. Don't believe anything you find on 4chan because it will usually be fake. Especially if you have to put your life in its hands. Don't do that. That's a very bad idea. People in
Yeah.
4chan are not the type to be trusted.
No. They are definitely the kind that would put crap like that out.
Yeah. Yeah, here. Have a look. You could just easily get them on eBay, so anyone could fake that.
Yeah.
Pin's exactly the same.
You can just buy that stuff.
There was a rumor, which has also been proven as fake. It was photoshopped. That someone uploaded the 31 terabytes to the Pirate Bay. There's a screenshot of it floating around, but that has been confirmed as fake and gay, as they say.
Indeed. False and homosexual.
Yes. It's
Thing's
that
very
period
interesting.
of time where this thing has just happened, and even the official facts aren't very clear, and everyone's going a bit crazy. They oh, we just got two people.
Yeah, they must be coming from the gold chat. Ah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh,
a lot of people joined. It seems the advertisement did its job. Right. So yeah, as I was saying, it's in that period of time where even the official facts are very shaky at best, and rumors can spread very easily.
Yeah, it's all very interesting.
I'll
It's
move the files
perfect.
sharing the inner sanctum so it's easier. Like for example, this is obviously fake, but it fooled some people. Put it in inner sanctum. It's
Have a look. Oh, that's open in the wrong browser window. Ah, yes. He allegedly owned a property in this building.
No. I
I
couldn't find anything on that. I spent like half an hour trying to find anything on this, and I couldn't.
I'm sure that would have been picked up by legitimate news if that had been the case.
Yeah. Unless they don't want you to know, bro.
Oh, they might not want you to know.
Oh. So here's another thing, which is literally the furthest out conspiracies go. So McAfee tweeted this a while back.
Oh, the Civic Nationalist has just subscribed. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
I have returned.
Hello back, gentlemen.
Welcome back. We are deep into the 4chan conspiracy theories about
Yes.
McAfee.
Yes.
Hey, the best porn site. I mean, what?
What have I just walked into?
4chan conspiracies, man.
Oh, okay. That sounds
Right.
That sounds amazing.
So, if you can get this up on screen, Bezek, this is something John McAfee tweeted a while back in 2020.
Okay, let's have a look.
my Muslim cellmate explained that if I die in the service of Allah, I will receive 56 virgins when I go to heaven. 56 virgins? What kind of God is that? I would trade 56 virgins for one Bangkok prostitute any day of the week.
Well, I mean, that's
vibrating.
but it also never specifies the gender of the virgins.
It doesn't.
No.
But that's
This is
also
very.
It
This
does
is
specify
very
their
much.
looks. It
Sorry,
does
guys,
specify their looks in some cases because they're described to be like women. They basically are described like the gray aliens with transparent white skin and some kind of wig-like blonde thing.
yeah, but guys,
Yeah.
guys,
Well,
this is
you'd
also
be down with that, wouldn't you?
No. I'm a degenerate, not a filthy lower degenerate. I'm a
but
higher class than that.
guys. This is why God kills so many children. How else would he get those virgins?
Oh my god!
Oh.
Well, we're talking about the religion of peace.
Back in the room.
First
Yes.
time you speak, and that's
Right.
the one. God, Goyle, you're wonderful.
So this is the kind of shit McAfee would tweet all the time. But are you ready to step into the twilight zone for a bit?
Sure.
I'm ready to jump in
well.
with both feet.
You
So-
see,
Guys,
56 is not the right number.
72.
It's actually 72. So why would he tweet that a Muslim told him it's 56? Well, if we go into gematria, numerology, Jewish numerology, and we put in
Okay.
56 Bangkok, what can the value translate to? Well, here,
I
have a
see.
look.
Kill me, bad idea.
He apparently telepathically knew back in 2020 he will be killed in 2021.
Based.
Based. Yeah.
Jesus.
So yeah, that this is one of those like that's very unlikely kind of things.
Yes, especially since apparently 56 translates to 0.
Yeah. So it would essentially mean nothing. You could put it 0 in its place or anything else that would translate to 0.
Yeah, the Civic Nationalist says, or maybe he's in the same place as Epstein. Yes, the secret CIA black site where they've both been kidnapped.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe. I'm still waiting for that dramatic reveal where he finally posts on Twitter and said, haha, you dumbass, as you thought I was dead. I'm alive. I'm still kicking.
Wouldn't surprise me, really. I mean, like, you really thought I got Epstein? It was all a ruse! Now here's the dirt I have on Hillary.
Yeah.
Now that would be fantastic.
Oh boy.
It would
God,
certainly
if
be
only real
interesting.
life worked like that, you know? There is so much on this I haven't even touched on yet, but I'm going to leave it here. I might do a video if people are interested in this. It would take me like an hour to try to piece everything we have so far, and people on 4chan are still talking about it, so it could be way more than this.
Let me give it a month. Hey, Spoon!
Yeah, that's an option. Hello there, Spoon.
Oh God.
Oh God, yes.
This piece of Marge being very homosexual is really getting on my tits.
Speaking of homosexual, how about we move on to the next topic?
Well,
Oh,
one second.
God.
One second. 1 second, just before you do, I'd just like to make a point that fucking gold tier chat is an absolute disaster now.
Oh, yeah.
It was really good when it was just me.
Humble as usual. Oil. Humble.
They
Humble
need to
as
do them
usual,
with
eh?
52
they need
people
to
in
do them
that
with
chat.
less people.
52
Yeah.
people in that chat, and people just don't seem to be able to, like mute their fucking microphones. So all you can hear is people breathing, fucking moving, and twiddling
Not to
stupid
mention
fucking things.
jacking
Right?
the fuck off. He was a guy who sounded like he jacked the fuck off.
Well, maybe he was, you know.
No, I
Men
think that was
just
the
have
guy who had
that
his
for
tit on his lap.
themselves, okay.
But there was a lot.
One of the guys had his like under 1-year-old. It looked like, and
No,
they were just like trying to grab his microphone and stuff.
There's just a lot of stuff
Which is
happening
fair
there.
enough.
There's so many people in there now.
Yeah.
They just really need to have everybody on. Really, they just should be muting everybody and unmuting people when it's their turn to speak.
That would be the smart option.
They're gonna have.
There's
They're gonna have
there's
to
too
move
many.
everyone to a platinum tier, 100 quid a month.
Yeah, good. But
Oh.
there's too many people there now to be nice about it, and there's too many people. I mean, like when there were 5 or 6 or 10 of us, you could chip in the middle of somebody's comment. It didn't matter.
Yeah.
You can't be doing that. You know, there's far too many people for that now.
Oh god.
And also, people kind of need to get to the fucking point.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And maybe just ban conversations about anime.
Oh,
Pacific
mean.
Nationalists agrees with you
Well,
that there are too many people in the gold tier.
Yeah, there's way too
Yeah,
many.
there is.
I wonder if Carl. I mean, I don't want to be super elitist, but I wonder if Carl will let me just pay the membership costs of some of the other people. We'll just remove them.
Buy them out.
But yeah, buy out their memberships.
So
No, that's.
I guess
probably
they
shouldn't say
could do a
something like
thing where they just schedule the calls and divide everyone into groups, and it's like, oh, we're gonna have a call with group 1 now and a call with group 2 next weekend, and something like that.
Pre-approved
I think what it, yeah,
I
well,
think-
what
I
I
think
think it
Carl
is
could
is the
go full
problem.
Biden and get pre-approved questions.
Oh,
Yeah.
no. No, I agree with pre-approved questions, but what the main thing that he's got to realize is that an hour is not long enough when they have probably in excess of 100 gold tier subscribers now.
Well, there was
Is that
52
really the
people in
case?
I
that
really
chat.
Wow.
think that they should like take more hours and divide us in groups, like 10
Maybe.
or 15 maximum per group. Get an hour. It'll take more time, but hey, if you make a promise, you gotta keep it.
It's not just that. Most
This is-
of those questions could have been done in about an eighth of the amount of time it took people to actually say
Answer the
them,
fucking
and because they were
question, yeah.
constantly being interrupted by, you know, like it was good. It was good.
I
used to
got
get a
inter-
bit back and forth, but you can't hub that now. There's too many people.
I got interrupted
Yeah.
by weird masturbation noises.
Yeah. What's like,
Well, your
like,
voice
like,
was
I-
just so hot, man. You know, they had.
Oh, yeah,
I
totally.
thought,
Right there.
I was like, well, you know, I'll give up my space because, like, obviously I've been in loads of the chats. I put videos in all the time and stuff like that. So I thought, you know, to give it to somebody else. And it's like, I gave you my space, man. Get to the fucking point. You know,
Yeah.
if you got a question, that's the fucking question. You got something to say, don't fucking say hello to everybody. You know, there's only fucking 2 minutes left. Get on with it.
So, Bezic, last week I asked if my friend's second vaccine could join in for a little while, but by then, like, the podcast was already over, and you said he could this time. Could we get him in, like, after whatever topic we're on now?
Yeah,
Well, we were just starting.
we were just about to switch topics, so yes. Which one of our mates is he?
Second vaccine, I think. Yeah, second vaccine.
That's a pretty gay name.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, he made it to counter me.
Yeah.
What, vaccines are gay?
Yeah.
He might have only
Make it
done
gay.
And
that
frogs are gay.
as...
You know how it goes.
They make you and frogs gay.
Bundle of stickery.
I see no one
What,
called
faggots?
second vaccine
Yep.
on my list, so
He's online.
yeah.
Should be.
Oh, it's
underneath
not
the
Harrison, is
thoughts. It is, yeah.
it? Okay, let's see if I can throw Harrison into.
You're ruining his alias.
His fault.
Yeah. She should have changed his username.
Let me just see if I will throw him into the Vizier role temporarily.
I want
You
to
know
be
what's re-
Vizier instead of the Vizier.
You know what's
No,
really
it doesn't.
funny?
What is it?
What, the Crowder's stealing my fucking ideas?
Everyone steals
No.
our ideas, don't they?
No, this
Yeah.
thing with this thing with Matt Hancock screwing around. There's just so many puns and memes. It's great.
Oh yeah, it's fucking.
The guy's name is Hancock. Here's one for you. He bollocks around with the mistress. You give everyone else the shaft, but it's your knob that gets you the sack. That's good stuff. That's really good.
Well, dude, I mean, like,
Presumably he
wears
will
a
get
holster,
fired.
he's got
over.
a small
it's
dick.
interesting to see.
Like Vosh?
No, the Crowder thing was
course.
because I was going on yesterday about songs from Aladdin, and then Crowder had it in his show.
Yeah.
You sure that isn't a
Arabian
coincidence?
Like 5 minutes after I was talking about it, it's like, what?
Oh no. That wasn't the case. I think Liquid Swan corrected. He was actually intending to paste a clip when he said that. He wasn't talking about what we were talking about.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, last week was
Like
hilarious, where the Lotus
he
Eaters were
actually
just
posted
covering
the-
all our content.
Yeah.
He actually
Yeah.
just posted the clip that the Lotus Eaters played today of that based guy in the
Oh,
school stuff.
Callum's just watching the show and fucking.
Yeah.
Like,
He's like
Callum,
secretly in there under a fake name.
you need to just join us.
Yes.
Callum, join
Callum
us.
automatically
We got cookies.
gets Callum automatically gets Sultan role.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Nah, fuck him. He's basically a communist. He should be in the bottom.
Oh, look, there's some really stupid shit going on in sports right now. It's kind of pissing me off.
Callum's Russia obsession suggests communist. He desperately
Not just
wants to be
Russia
one.
obsession, but
North
also
Korea as
North
well.
Korea obsession. Yeah.
What's wrong with
I've
Russia and
actually
North Korea?
been to North Korea, so
It exists.
Commies.
It's no secret that I despise communists. It's like the less of them, the better, and
I'm kind of glad Trump
Alright.
went out and said you should shoot them all. I was like, oh my god, Trump is based. Thank God. I said the same thing.
I mean, like,
I literally came out and just said, why did you shoot these people? Like, these people hate the foundation of your land. They are people to be purged, literally. Like, yes, I hate everything the country stands for, or its laws and its foundation. Why are you allowed to exist again?
It sort of makes.
I love
do
how-
find it strange that people are so like, oh god, like you put your fucking hand up in the Roman salute, and it's like most people would say you should be arrested.
Are
But they're
you
perfectly
challenging
happy.
their? How
Perfectly
dare you
happy for
deny
people
their
to
right to
call
exist?
themselves communists,
oh dare they just fucking throw people in fucking cages.
No, I do love how Trump got a lot of shit for saying, okay, when the looting starts, the shooting starts, and it's like, but then Biden's like, we're gonna nuke our own citizen, yeah. It's like normal. Okay, whatever.
Oh, I love your impressions. God damn it, they're so beautiful.
Yeah, I need to hop back on that. I've only for the past 2 weeks I've only cranked out 2, Boris Johnson and a good chap Spoon.
Hi, how you doing?
I mean, to be honest, that one's pretty weak.
What, my one?
No, it's one of you.
Well, my
I can't
accent
do it
isn't.
perfectly.
It's very difficult to do my accent because I don't know. Because apparently it's fake, and therefore it's very difficult to do.
Yeah,
an impression of an impression.
Odd about that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it does sound like it does sound like somebody making an impression of an English gent.
We
Yeah.
do need more South African accent, Spoon.
I
Well,
will I will forever mock anyone who says it's fake because my instant reaction is, okay, what should I actually sound like then? Firstly,
I think you've got to
An African warlord, of course.
to copy your accent correctly. You've got to get sort of a few hundred years of racism really built into the accent.
you gotta
I
sound
make it
like,
more
Hello,
based.
Sort of,
you gotta sound like Wickes Van de
We
Merwe
got a
from
vaccine.
District 9.
Ah.
Yeah,
you need to-
the second vaccine, in fact.
The
Yeah,
bit that
I'm
made
pretty much
the bit
the
that made
cure,
me
like,
laugh
second
about it.
plague. I'm the
The
cure
bit
to the
that
second
made me
plague.
the bit that made me laugh is when someone said you're insecure about it. I'm like, dude, it's the thing I get the most compliments on. Why would I be
Yeah.
insecure about it? That makes no sense.
Bro,
you need to
Harrison,
be
this is-
chased. You need to be
Second
chased around the
vaccine.
garden by a baboon or something to get it right.
Well,
Someone's gonna accuse me of racism if I did that.
The second plague of Egypt is a bunch of frogs terrorizing the city, so a vaccine's not going to do anything. You should have made your name the chemicals in the water.
The
Briefcase
vaccine is the chemicals in the water. You just go down to the water, put a syringe in, pull it up. It's like, hey guys, here you go.
Did you guys-
Exactly. DMB. The vaccines for the frogs, Blake.
Did you guys see the worker in England?
frog.
She said she had 2 shots of the vaccine. She worked 3 ICUs with higher end PPE gear and had no problems. But the second she switched to a surgical mask, even though she had 2 shots, she caught COVID.
No.
Yeah, I mean it's possible to happen. I mean, it happens.
Suck it.
They gain like a way like lesser version of COVID, or they get over it much faster.
Yeah, but that's not the point. The point is
Where's
that
your
she still caught
Fauci
it. That's
now?
and here's me just going, didn't I just say for like the last year the masks are absolute bollocks, and then that happens, and I'm like, yes, vindicated. I am always right. Everyone should listen to me because everyone else is a moron. I don't actually
Well,
think
yeah,
that.
but you know,
I
they
mostly think that
literally-
though.
They literally had it on packages of masks. This will not stop you from getting any disease.
Yeah,
And,
that actually says so on the packet.
Yeah, like we've
you know,
all
this-
seen the
people still
pictures.
refuse to believe.
Well, okay, so I can explain this one fairly easily.
They suck in their work.
It's pretty simple
That too.
one. For again, why the fuck anyone ever asked a doctor about a fucking mask when it's clearly an engineering question, hydrodynamics for
Of course.
particular. But the smallest
A real
amount of wa-
engineer. Second.
Well, that would be fluid dynamics, not like
yeah. So the smallest amount of water that can contain the virus is a single hexamer. Single hexamer of water is 5 mu meters. 5 mu meters is literally fuck all. We'll pass straight through that paper mask like it's a fucking colander. So obviously it's bollocks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I think in that.
And the
mask-
cloth masks that everyone's
Preventing
wearing
you
now
from
are even worse.
Well, that's why you gotta wear a double mask, even
Hey,
when you
guys,
have one
also
of the
wouldn't work.
N95 masks.
No,
Yeah,
you
I
guys,
mean, I think the idea is that like the masks prevent like receiver transmission, or like don't prevent like receiver transmission, but they do prevent like source transmission. Like if you have COVID and you're wearing a mask, it's gonna be much harder
No.
to like spread the
Well, the
virus.
weird thing
yeah,
is,
but your ejection rate in a sneeze will just push that fucking single hexamer bang through that mask like it was
oh
fucking nothing.
god,
Yeah, but
Yeah,
if
no,
everyone is wearing a
lot less,
mask,
like,
then
a
that
lot
doesn't
less,
make
like,
sense.
Aerosols and droplets.
No,
Well,
because
well,
the masks don't stop
wearing
you.
a mask.
Masks don't stop you getting anything because you get it through your eyeballs. When you get the flu, you don't get it through your fucking nose and mouth. You get it through your fucking eye.
Well, not to mention with
but COVID comes much more through like your mouth and nose than the flu does. The flu like is different in the way it's spread.
they're both coronaviruses.
All of them come through your eye.
And either way, if you're wearing a mask, if you're not wearing anything other than a properly fitted respirator, the moment you sneeze, it's blowing out past your ears and the people staying behind you are catching it.
well, that's why you need to wear an N95 mask with another mask on top of it.
I mean, I'm pretty
And
sure like
another mask on top of that.
reduces the amount of particles by like 50 or like 60% that come out
Well,
when you're wearing a
You
surgical
know,
mask.
you can block all the particles if you put a plastic bag over your head.
So I'm
That
just
probably
going
would be
to
more effective, ironically, and not just because you'd be killing yourself.
read some of the comments from chat. Melancholy Poet says the masks aren't about safety; they're about control. Yes. Civic
Yes, agreed.
Nationalist. I wear masks to be chameleon with the sheep. That's cucked.
Yeah.
Well,
Oh,
you
by the
know,
way, can I
I'm
ju-
just glad that here in
on the
South
mask.
Australia, I don't have to worry about it.
That's nice.
We don't wear masks.
Yeah, I'm so happy that the mask shit is over here, pretty much. Even in
Oh.
California.
Oh god.
Jazza,
Yeah.
give it a day or two for the Delta Plus 2 variant to make its way to South Australia and for everything to go crazy again. It's not-
Yeah, I mean,
Nah,
that's
it'll
the
be
kind of thing that annoys me. Like, I was talking to a British guy who was defending the elbow bumps, like, oh, maybe they're worried about variants. I'm like, okay, they're all vaccinated and they all get tested for COVID like twice a day. They're traveling world leaders. Like, none of them are getting fucking COVID at that meeting. So it's like, what are they doing? He's like, oh, they got to be worried about the variants. I'm like, fuck me, the variants. This shit is never going to end. They're going to use the variants as an excuse to drag this out for like at least another year or two.
Well, the elbow bumps are so stupid since we've got the photos of, what is it, Boris Johnson and the cuck in chief hugging each other?
Yeah. Well, and it's also like, isn't like, now, I don't know if that's the same for skin to skin transmission, but I know surface transmission is like,
No,
Not
no,
really.
skin to skin.
Okay, that's
surface
different.
transmission, like none of those things even matter.
Okay, yeah,
most
yeah.
of it just comes from like droplets and aerosols. Like, yeah.
you gotta wear the masks to avoid the droplets.
The evil droplets. Oh, the droplets. But by the way, there's one thing when it comes to masks. We are forced to wear the masks at work. That is kind of pissing me off. But there's a fun thing though. We have these nurses stationed on the ship, And every single nurse I've met, they're like, I don't understand why the hell we have to do this. I mean, of course you have to wear them when you're out in public areas. Why the fuck do you have to wear it inside the kitchen?
Oh yeah,
like-
like exactly. My mom's a nurse, okay, gang, and
Okay.
she's more center left, right? But at her work, she's really weirded out by like 3 people who continue to wear masks even though they're like all vaccinated in a room of all vaccinated people, and she's just like, "What are they doing?" Like, and
Yeah,
she's
some
like
people are
asking,
so paranoid. Some people
and
are
she's like
so
asking
paranoid.
them questions because she just can't get through. Like, she just can't get it through her head why they're continuing to wear masks. And I'm not talking about when dealing with patients. I'm talking about in the meetings with other nurses who are all vaccinated.
Yeah, Dylan. So I was at an amusement park with some friends, and like everyone in the park was vaccinated.
Vaccine, bro. We got to keep the alias
Everyone
rule,
at the
bro.
park was vaccinated, and my friend, like whenever crowds people would show up, she would just put on her mask for 3 minutes, and then when the crowd's thin, she just took it off. It's like, what are you doing? This is just so performative. This is absolutely nothing. We all are with you in the crowd, and like it's just like, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, vaccine. Did you
That's
see
the
the
point.
vaccine? Did you see the Ami Horowitz video of him like interviewing people in public in New York who were wearing masks, and all of them were like, "Oh, it's a security blanket," or "I don't want people to think I'm a Republican," or "I just don't want people to get mad at me," or "I just feel like I have to wear it."
Oh god, that was so
That's
fucking
right. It's all
cringe.
performative.
Yeah.
It's performative, and that's where it is everywhere in the world. Everyone who is engaging in the whole "you must wear a mask," and then also the people who are wearing masks are all doing it as a form of performance. It's a way of signaling to other people that, hey, yeah, I'm not a crazy COVID person. I trust the experts. I'm going to do what needs to be done. It's like, really?
Can I just
Do
rant
you know
about that
anything
for a
about this
second?
disease? Oh yeah, go for it. Rant.
Okay, because here's something that bugged the crap out of me about that. Because when the mask came out, I said, there's no way that thing does anything, and you're all idiots for doing that shit. And I was told for like a year, I am a psychopath, I'm a selfish asshole, I don't know what the hell I'm talking about, how dare I denounce the experts, and who the hell am I to know better?
grandma. You're literally
No, but here's the bit that pisses me off, right? Is that as soon as that thing in New York happened and everyone is wearing the mask, and even though the bloody CDC guidelines and the World Health Organization came out and said, you don't need to do it anymore, these same jackasses who gave me crap for a year saying, I don't know what the hell I'm talking about, suddenly went, oh, well, I think it's a bit too soon. Bitch, it's been a year. It's been a year, you're still wearing it, and you gave me crap for saying no, and now you jackasses come out and say, oh, I know better than the health experts. You gave me crap for this for a freaking year, and now you do the exact same shit. Screw you hypocrites. I hate you people.
I guess
just get hit by a car, you assholes. It really pissed me off.
I bet you being a selfish asshole got the ladies a lot hotter.
Oh god, I was so mad watching this. Like, I hate people. I just hate you hypocritical bunch of wankers.
Yeah.
So much.
So now it's my turn to go on a rant. So,
Rant.
yeah. So Trim was just talking about, and Second just talking about how these fucking idiots are making you wear masks in kitchens. While here in Australia, the fast food joints like McDonald's, KFC, the local version of Burger King, they're all going, oh, because of COVID, we've introduced stricter hygiene policies. Right, so what you fucking assholes are telling me is that for the last 40 fucking years, you haven't actually been up to the minimum fucking health standard. If you need all this to protect you from this new fucking virus, no, that tells me that you're miles below the standard to protect me from any other fucking virus. Screw you, you virtue signaling cunts.
Well, that's kind of what I don't get as far as as far as Trim's situation goes, right? Because he's on a ship with a bunch of other people, right? But that seems a bit more tight knit, right? So it's I can understand why certain stores or chain businesses or whatever still have their employees wear masks. At bare minimum, it's a company calculus kind of decision, right? Where it's we let people in not wearing masks, they'll be happier. We have our employees wear masks, they feel safer. It's a calculated market decision. I don't really know what they're doing with Trim on the boat, having him wear a mask. does he and everyone else like not like know each other at this point? Do they still need to like
It's
try
so
that hard
the,
to placate the people on the
Fucking
ship?
like
no,
it's
it's so the
signaling out
passengers don't
to
have to
the
look at
people,
his
you know, like
face.
that is a
completely
common joke.
reasonable. Which is
That is a
completely
common
reasonable.
joke. We hear it on a daily basis, and it's still funny.
Well, that's
But no,
even
it
weirder
is-
because like Trim has
it's
like a
just-
fucking long beard, so it just the mask just makes him look even weirder.
I know, it's hilarious. I love it.
Your
But
mask
yeah,
doesn't
I mean,
even
like,
fit you, dude.
Like I've said,
I was gonna say,
I've
yeah, the
said
mask doesn't
this-
fit it with the beard.
I've
it
said
doesn't fit the beard at all.
Which
It's
is why, you know, as soon as I saw like headlines saying that beards make masks less effective, I'm honestly surprised I didn't see any news stories of like people being forced to like shave their beards or the government telling people to shave their
Don't give
beards. I
them
guess that would
ideas.
be
No, because it'd be anti-Islam. That's why.
oh
If
yeah.
I,
Oh,
if
yeah,
I
very true.
shaved my
Yeah.
beard, and to that I said,
Religion of
yeah,
peace.
if you give me a bonus of 1,000, 10,000. Only
Actually,
then.
there's not fucking much.
No,
My
you,
mom-
can,
lose
you
his
literally
beard
you
unless
can
he
just
gets
say, no,
paid.
my beard is for religion purposes. I can't shave it.
my
No, I
mom
didn't
paid
say
me
religious
60
purposes. I say it because I'm a fucking man.
My
I've
mom
s-
paid me $60 to shave my beard for my senior photo. I used it to buy legal plants, let's say. Legal.
But
Very nice, very
I've
nice.
said the same. I've said the same thing every week that we've done this. Right? The masks, they're not going anywhere, and it'll have nothing to do with your governments. It won't be your businesses. It'll be the insurance companies that decide whether you wear them.
Yeah.
That's going to be the fucking end of it. If the insurance companies think it's cheaper to insure a business, if you have to wear a fucking mask, you'll be wearing a fucking mask. End of story.
Yeah,
but
but I
I
pretty much
Remember,
agree.
don't just
I-
put it
I
at
think
the
some
first
point-
level of insurance. You've got to say it will come down from the reinsurers. They're the ones who are carrying the can at the end of the day for all
Yeah.
of the insurance companies. It's the reinsurers. They're the ones that will dictate what the insurance companies then dictate to their clients.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh.
So I
I
just
would
want to
say
like
employees. I would say, for the most part, public employees at the very least will be still wearing them. So if you're a server in a shop or a restaurant or something like that, you'll be wearing them for the rest of your fucking life. I would
so
say.
I can
Very
tell
nice.
that second vaccine really wants to jump in here, so I'm just gonna like speak out in his defense for a second. He's not one of the Ethan Klein type people who's like, just the CDC tells you what to think. You don't even gotta think about it. No, like he's done his own research and he was calling out how stupid the mask wearing was after he'd been vaccinated, and he was calling out how stupid wearing a mask outside was. Period. So he's not a like fucking CDC simp.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I don't really disagree with anything that's been said so far. I mean, masks are like really stupid right now. There's like no reason to be wearing a mask anymore if you're vaccinated. It's just a performative thing. But
They never served any real purpose
I don't know about that one. I think they clearly
other
did.
than
Like,
to
even,
make
like,
people feel better about it, and that is what it's going to be going forward.
no,
too, right?
it's not just
All the
psychological.
Karens- all the-
it's not just
All the
psychological.
Karens in the world will demand that their servers wear them for the rest of their fucking lives.
Nah, it's not
That's it, it's
psychological.
done.
Like it really like in some places like there's like clear cases where masks come in and like transmission goes like pretty strongly down.
Just
And
go,
then also-
go on a holiday to Asia and see if anybody's not wearing a fucking mask. There's no need for them. They're all fucking wearing them though. Why are
I
they
mean,
wearing
in
them?
Asia, they all wear them because it's like a mask wearing culture.
No,
But
it's not. That's not how it happened. It happened through the fucking insurance companies.
in Asia, I mean,
Yes.
I've been going to Asia for years. Like I've been to Asia and like even like way before the pandemic. Like people wear masks there.
No,
like, wore masks all the time.
I lived and worked in Asia for years, right?
I mean,
Businesses-
it's just
it came
objectively
in-
true that like South Korea and like Singapore, these are more like mask wearing cultures than like the United States are. Like
Yeah,
as
but
far as just
that's- But it came in through fucking insurance companies. They started doing it in offices and things like that, and because of the amount of sick days that it was costing them. Right, so it started with the people who were sick were forced to wear them. Started with
I
the
mean,
people who were
it's
sick who were forced to wear them, and then everybody started to wear them, and now it's stuck. It's there.
That is the most Asian thing I've ever heard. You know work enough. You get sick. Wear mask to work. Wait, why did I go Indian?
No, it's the
More
people
Asian
who were
than what I
ill were
meant,
forced to
dude.
wear masks.
I mean, it is
And
smart
then-
policy for the insurance companies. Like, it is smart policy for them. Not gonna lie.
Yeah.
with it.
But once it's in, you're fucked. That's it. There's no getting rid of it.
Second, I have some bad news for you.
Me?
Which one?
Yeah, the plague. I have some bad
POG.
news for you. The Indian variant gives you an Indian.
Oh, shit.
Indian accent.
Well, if it gives me an Indian accent, that means I can go to a 7-Eleven. Because to go to a 7-Eleven, you have to have a slight Indian accent.
But I don't want to go to Badaladaban. Oh no, I have the corona.
Oh my God, you're right. That's actually one of his quotes.
Please come again.
Thank you. I see you in hell.
Did we give good customer service?
No.
Well, guys, I need to go because I have to go to work in 7 hours. So I have to at least
Very
get a little bit of sleep.
It takes an awful lot of energy to cut up some fucking cheese and boil a couple of fucking eggs. I've seen the breakfast you prepare. It's bullshit.
Wow, that's mean.
Do you see any fucking
It's
pancakes?
very
Did you
mean.
see any fucking omelets? No, it's the most
It's
basic.
actually quite fair because that's the part I like about the job. It's just brain dead. I just turn on fucking music on my headset and just walk around enjoying life, have the entire fucking kitchen for myself. It is beautiful. God, I love it.
I'm just
Hardest-
picturing you cooking with da 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 da. The Attack on Titan thing in the background.
Well, that actually happened once. Actually, several times.
Nice.
Wow.
Yeah.
Nice.
To
No,
be fair, guys,
I prefer the one of the, I think it is the third intro. That one. I really like that one.
Sasageo.
Pretty much. Fucking
Yep.
hell. Love that one.
all I'm gonna say, guys, is when was the last time you saw a fucking Norwegian cuisine restaurant?
Never.
When's the last
Never.
time you saw a Scottish cuisine restaurant?
All the
You
fucking
just
time I
right.
live in
basically
Scotland.
are discount Brits and discount Norwegians
Never.
when it comes to
Well,
food.
I haven't seen that, but they do
I bet
they do
you-
make
You
really
eat
good
sheep
alcohol.
stomachs
I-
filled with
I-
sheep guts. You
I'm
got
gonna go out-
nothing to say, boy.
I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say more of the people on this channel have tasted haggis than fucking lutefisk.
Actually, there's a
He's
cool
right,
story
you
to
know?
that one. There's a cool story to that dish. It
Fucking
was an
disgusting.
Yes.
accidental
it's funny.
creation, basically. It was someone drying out
Well,
cod.
nobody would do it on fucking purpose, would they?
Exactly, but the funny part is, after the fucking whole shed burned down, full of fucking moonshine,
How will I
And
cook this fish? I
dried
don't know.
fish, and it
Caustic
just
soda?
burns down.
I mean, like,
Fish is there. It's like, might as well try it out because Norwegians hated throwing shit away. So it's like, might as well. And apparently now it's a favorite during Christmas.
so disgusting.
I hate it unless I get
So-
akkevitt. That is good. Oh, akkevitt
Aquavits,
is
yeah, I mean,
beautiful with it.
But
I'm more of a ribs guy.
yeah, the ribs are the ribs
Oh.
are the best. The ribs
Oh,
are
they're
fucking
fantastic.
Good, like,
Ribs, potatoes. You make some really good sauce with it. Oh, fucking hell.
the ribs are good. I'll give you that.
Yes.
I've
yes.
eaten them plenty of times.
Yeah,
Yep.
I cannot get enough of them. And the best
And,
part is
and the
when they're
head,
crispy.
and the head, obviously.
The head. Well,
Yeah.
if that's your thing, that's more of a
I like the
Bergen
sheep
thing. Yeah, it's
well,
more of a Bergen
you get
thing.
it in Oslo. The sheep.
It's called Smalahove, actually.
Yeah,
It
that's
comes from
right, yeah.
Bergen. We serve that on the boat, actually. It's kind of
Oh.
funny. Yeah, I used to, before I became a breakfast chef, I used to work in the buffet. So what I did was take the head, and it's like cut in half, but it's, finished boiled. So I just rip out the tongue, tear out the eye, take up the skin, pull the meat off the head, and then I just stand there with a fucking sheep jaw and half a head is like, makes Skeletor noises. I guess
Yeah,
fucking
nice.
loved it.
Yeah.
Oh,
Based.
it's such a good fucking job, guys. Well, oh shit, now time even goes more. Well, I need some sleep because sleep is apparently a thing we need. So I'll talk to you guys later.
See ya.
All
later.
right, man.
See you,
So,
Trim.
Bye,
Later.
Peace.
Shadilay.
May Jane Foster bless your sleep.
Very,
Dear.
very entertaining.
Fucking Norwegians.
How did that
Talks
joke
about
come
juicy
about?
shots.
What's that?
Oh, he
How
started
did that
talking.
joke come about?
Yeah, I just kind of started like fucking with him because he's Norwegian by talking about like female Thor, and it like triggered him.
Wow.
I've been dealing with
That's mean.
Norwegians my entire fucking life.
Wow.
Well, because Aberdeen's so close, so you get like Norwegians would come to Aberdeen to go shopping.
To go shopping? What?
Yeah, yeah. They fly to like Norwegian money is worth a lot of money in the UK. So
Huh.
Norwegians are Norwegians. They get paid quite a lot, but their tax is very high.
Yeah.
So when a
And the
Norwegian
taxes
goes to,
aren't as high in Scotland.
right, so if a Norwegian comes to Aberdeen, he can buy a lot more with his money than he can in Norway. So they would fly, and
Makes
Aberdeen's a very wealthy city, so it has good shopping, or it did. So the Norwegians would fly into Aberdeen and come for a shop. The husbands would come to do work, the wives would come and do shopping. Quite normal. So and it's an oil place, so I've been working with Norwegians my whole fucking life. Usually, the first thing they want to do, like the guys, is you have to take. When I was an apprentice, I used to spend a lot of time taking Norwegians to strip clubs.
Ah.
Nice.
Which is, certainly didn't do my career any harm. In that way, but yeah, no, it's just. So I've known Norwegians my whole. Yeah. And I've spent, worked in Norway and stuff, lived in Norway. So
Vaccine,
I know a
did
lot
you
of...
like that reference I dropped in the chat? Giolio Comanche, the Silver Alchemist.
I've got a funny picture for you guys. Let me finish it up.
Vaccine,
Hey guys,
don't spoil
I'm
yourself.
going to bounce. I'm still recovering from having been sick, so I'll say goodnight to you all.
All right.
It didn't get vaccinated. Didn't wear the mask.
Didn't get
Yeah.
vaccinated, didn't wear the mask.
No, I don't wear masks, and I'm not vaccinated. I'm not in the, I'm not old enough to be stressed about it. Like nothing's going to happen to me. But I just had a cold. But yeah, it's just having a cold and having to like work as well and all the rest of it's been a bit much. So I want to say night to you all.
Yeah.
See you later.
Harry the Martial Arts
Yeah.
Nerd 2. Is that Harry Thornton from the chat?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it is.
How was the Gold Tier Zoom meeting? How did that go?
Awful.
Awful? How was it awful?
Just too many people in it now. There was like fucking 50 something odd people in the. There's too many people for it, isn't it? Without any real rules or whatever, everybody just speaking over each other and just become messy. Really.
Bro, I'm still disappointed that nobody else uses the white hand when they raise their hand in the call.
Really?
As I said earlier, much as I hate the idea of it, I think they really need to move to having everyone on mute and only unmuting people when they've given them an opportunity to speak. Because otherwise, it's just taking forever for anyone to get their point across.
Guys, you should check in their sanctum.
Oh, yeah. Yes. Oh, you're gonna like this one, Vaccine.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Oh dear.
Vaccine, check in her sanctum.
Oh.
I have Vaccine is like a huge.
I hope you don't think that's
for
what the hand looks like when I
Eva.
take it out of the puppet.
Yeah, I am a big fan. I am a big fan of Ava. It's a funny meme.
Yeah, I had to listen to him have multiple conversations with like a few different people about that scene specifically, and like, oh, but it's beautiful.
Why?
Like Shinji coming on his hand represents his need for love and his
I don't know
inability
if
to
it's that way,
control
but,
himself, and how
No, it's
Asuka feels like a puppet or something.
come on. It's simple. He's a teenager. He's horny. It's not that hard. I don't see why people want to look so deep into this scene.
It's
I mean, because
just
it has a
weird.
lot of like thematic relevance. Like it ties into the it ties into like the end of the movie. It also ties into the beginning of the entire show because it's like a. And anyway, I don't know if I want to really get into it, but
Anime is
actually
just
seen the
full
movie.
degeneracy as far as I'm concerned. End of story.
Eh.
Oh yeah, vaccines. Something I'm kind of curious about because you follow like a lot of these like COVID sources and shit. I remember like when hydroxychloroquine was a thing and like the media, and then that just kind of died. Now I'm hearing like it kind of popped back up again. Like, ooh,
no,
Trump was right
it's
in
still not
hindsight.
good. It's still not good, but I do think the media dismissed it a little too fast because the data wasn't put there. Pretty much most of the support for hydroxychloroquine was like these preprints that were released. And then because Trump endorsed it early, which was kind of a mistake, the media just sort of like retaliatory, like just shit on it and like shit on anyone who supported it.
Oh yeah, kind
Yeah,
of
but
like they
even
did with
doctors
the
were afraid to support it because it was related to Trump in some manner.
Yeah, but that just
exactly,
speaks to a deeper like fucking problem. If like
But
if the
it still isn't
president
good,
can't
though. Like,
say
it's still
shit
not good.
because people are just gonna reflexively like shit on it, that speaks to a much deeper rot within our institutions. Like the fact that you could be unpersoned on the internet for like, hey, this novel respiratory coronavirus popped up like 2 miles from the novel respiratory coronavirus lab in Wuhan. What's going on with that? The fact that that could get you unpersoned, they've been like beating that drum for a year, and now they're like, oh, well, it's looking like that actually happened.
Yeah, now the as like Zvi calls them, like the super serious people have like changed their minds, and so now it's different. Not the very serious people take it seriously. We all have to fall in line.
Nah, dude, just listen to what the CDC tells you to think. You don't even got to think about it, dude. You got a small dick.
Yeah. It is funny. Like chloroquine's still not good. But I do think it's super hilarious how the media just completely dismissed the lab theory and any talk about it just by all the coincidences and like not now that it's like a serious possibility. Like there's having to
I mean,
backtrack
it's
so
not
hard.
a theory, is it? Let's get down to that. I mean, it's not a lab theory. It's a very blatant lab fact. Everything else is a fucking theory.
And,
Yeah, I mean,
wasn't there also...
I'm not sure how convinced I am about the lab leak. I think it's about like a 45% or like a 40% chance that it happened. But like it is like a significant
What
possibility.
are you fucking talking about? It's 100% chance of fucking.
Oh,
Wasn't there also some like recent shit that came out where like the Wuhan lab had like doctors delete some COVID sequencing or something?
Virtually every time something like this has happened, it's been a lab leak. I mean, it's always a fucking lab leak. Fucking killer bees was a fucking lab leak, for fuck's sake.
No, a bat sneezed into a pangolin.
No. But there's a big difference. There's a big difference there. Like like most of the time, like these big pandemics happen, they're not lab leaks. I will say, the funniest thing is the Black Plague. The Black Plague actually initially started in Wuhan. Black Plague.
Sort of slightly predates.
Our naming
predates labs, though, doesn't it? You know what I mean?
A little bit, yeah, a little bit.
Our naming of the Black Plague is obviously due to whiteness.
Is that actually real? The Black Plague started in Wuhan? What?
Yeah, it did.
No, of course not.
It actually did start in Wuhan. I mean, like the main variant of it and like the main spread of it didn't come until much later. But I'm pretty positive it started in Wuhan. Yeah.
Glass Wuhan.
But no, I mean, come on, it's obviously from the lab. I mean, there's no real fucking question about it.
But I'm not sure if we can say that.
Yeah, of course you can. All the fucking transmission lines from it are literally along the subway line from the fucking lab.
Oh, that's crazy.
Is it not? Everybody. I mean, if you think any serious government intelligence agencies didn't go the first day that came from that lab, I mean, you're insane, right? People, I'm sure there are a lot of reasons for various governments to play it down. I mean, if it's proven to be the case, whether it was on purpose or not, there have to be repercussions to it. Those repercussions are going to be incredibly serious.
At the very least, I'm really doubtful that it was purposeful. I don't know if that data is as strong as you're making it out to be, but I do think
that's why it's called the lab leak theory.
You're missing the point. It doesn't matter if it was on purpose or not, right? Because
of course.
Even if it was accidental, what we know was not accidental is the Chinese shut down their internal flights, and kept their external flights open, which means they knew perfectly well it was happening and still allowed it to transmit to other countries. That was purposeful. There cannot be a denial. There cannot be a denial of that. So if it came from that lab and could be proven to come from that lab, allowing it to transfer to the other countries is, without question, an act of war.
And then the
End of story.
WHO lied about it.
I agree. If it's proven that it's a lab leak, it would require serious penalties on China.
They've had like a year to burn all the evidence.
But the problem is the Americans probably paid for it, so, tricky.
Dr. Fauci.
Well, we know that Fauci paid for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, we are not doing gain-of-function research in Wuhan, China. But if we are, it is by the books.
No. Well, excuse me, Dr. Fauci, how do we know they're not doing that? Well, we don't know, but they told us they're not doing it, so we're just gonna take them by their word.
Oh man, some of this stuff is just crazy.
Trust the experts. Why? The experts trust the Chinese government. Like,
Yeah.
dude, the CCP just tell us what to think, dude. Don't even gotta think about it. You got a small dick.
Come on, man. Don't even gonna think about it.
I don't want to think about things.
Dude, I just wear beanies and I just listen to what the authorities say. That's it.
Some people
Vaccine.
legitimately don't like thinking for themselves. They're much happier when they're told what to think. It's truly sad.
Hang on.
I mean,
Ethan
it's part of the
Klein.
reason why society has existed the way it has, or just like actually succeeded the way it has, because people just listen to authorities, and it means that it's easier to corral them together.
Ethan
Yeah,
Klein
but it needs
is
to be a back and
anti-Tim
forth
Pool,
dialogue.
guys.
Who is?
Ethan Klein
Oh.
is the anti-Tim Pool. It all makes sense now. They both wear
Yes.
beanies, but one listens to the government and the other one doesn't. One's funny and the other one isn't. But which one's which? I'll leave that up to you.
I don't know. I feel like neither of them are funny.
Yeah, I don't know where Tim Pool being funny comes from, but
Well,
Ah,
I didn't suggest it was him that was the one that's funny.
Oh, that's true.
okay.
True.
Ethan used to be really funny back in the day. I don't know.
Ethan used to be hilarious. Yeah, not anymore.
Yeah,
Not anymore.
I
It's
remember.
so
Like
not
he was
funny.
the root of the triggered gif. That was classic.
Oh yeah, he also did the humongous shit, which is hilarious. Like,
The internalized oppression thing.
yeah, he's fallen off a cliff for sure.
He now has contacts in high places at YouTube. He doesn't need to care about being funny anymore.
God, reminds me of somebody else who has high contacts in high places at YouTube. I think his name is Carlos Maza.
That oil guy? That's crazy.
I've got contacts in low fucking places.
I know, that's why I'm saying that.
However, if you want YouTube scrubbed off on that, I don't know. Taste the blood up. I deal more at the pointy end of sort of I don't know, how would you put it? Re-education.
Ah.
Yes, based Florida man too. Based Florida man. Let's see, he passed like 3 bills.
To ensure students learn about the evils of communism.
Communism,
Lovely.
yes, and
Yes.
totalitarianism. And it's funny because he beats them at their own game. He's also like, the bill also provides a library of portraits and patriotism based on the personal stories of diverse individuals who demonstrate civic-minded qualities, including those who have moved to the country after being persecuted in nations like Cuba and Venezuela. So he's even bringing out like the POC, patriots.
Listen, there's nothing they can reply with that will actually demolish what he did. They'll try, but they will fail. This is really good. Florida
They
Man's
will
amazing.
try.
I actually think they should have gone down the Brave New World direction here.
Hypnopedia?
No, and take it. What they should do is encourage communism in Portland.
Yeah.
Wall it off. Wall it off. Build a fucking monorail around it, and take every 12-year-old American kid and take them around the fucking show. This is fucking communism. See all the people trying to plant one fucking vegetable in a bit of dirt in the middle of the ground here. That's communism. You know?
Oh shit! He's also like pulling another one where he requires like kind of civic literacy in education. He also bolsters that in the bill where it expands the character development curriculum for high school juniors and seniors to include instructions on how to register to vote. So
nice.
Yeah, it's really good. It's genuinely
it's
really
fucking
good.
clever. He's like slapping the fucking left upside the head by like sprinkling in shit like POC patriots and here's how to vote.
And the way it works, it's in a way that it won't make students hate it. He made it so that it's not, you'll have to take it, but you don't have to pass it in your first year. You can be relaxed about it and just do it in 2 years instead, technically.
Yeah, dude, we need Renchamp teaching classes.
Yeah, we need basic economics teaching classes. How about that?
What I mean,
Bro,
do you not get these? So like when I was in school, we did
fine. I will.
when we
I
were
will see
kids,
you
we
guys
did
later.
economics. You know, like
We didn't do economics now.
we did household economics when I was like 12.
When?
Well, yeah,
Oh,
well,
like
like so like
no, that's
let's
not
say
being done
20,
anymore.
let's say like 28 years ago or something. So like like we had to like learn to balance a checkbook and all sorts of shit like when I was a kid.
I've gone through.
They should be teaching.
I've gone through high school. I've gone through sixth form, and they haven't taught that once.
I mean, I went to. I think my education was pretty based actually. So like, I learned to service my. I learned to service a car when I was in school.
Wow.
Nice.
I mean, it wasn't a required class, but my tech studies teacher used to get a couple £100 together, buy a beater, bring it into the tech department, and anyone who was doing techie studies could come for an extra class, and they taught you to service a car. Like
the only econ class that I took in high school was macroeconomics, which wasn't even like personal finance or anything, but
we did like personal finance and like household budgets and food budgets and.
But the thing is, I also didn't learn much from that class on account of, I don't know, my teacher had pregnant brain, as she called it, so she would go on like something for like 15 minutes and then be like, oh wait, no, I fucked up. That's not actually how that works. Forget everything I said in the last 15. So it's like really weird. And also I fell asleep a lot in that class because I would sneak out at night to like smoke or to partake in activities with my friends. But the one thing I learned from that class, which because I was more economically left at the time, and it kind of bothered me at the time, but it makes sense now. I was like, wait a minute, this class is saying that whenever the government like does something in the economy, it fucks it up. What?
Based class.
Yeah.
I'm actually further left now than I was when I was younger.
Huh.
I think if
I'm
actually to
pretty
think
far on the right now.
I think if I was actually to think about the things I would implement if I was in power, they would sound pretty left wing, but I just see them as populist things.
I'd be verging on fascist, I think.
Oh my god.
I would make leggings and things illegal, so I'd make socks and sandals a crime.
Oh wow, what the hell? Anti-boomer legislation.
It needs to be a fucking crime. I'm sorry.
Anti-boomer legislation. What the hell, man?
There are lots of things that should be criminal, as far as I'm concerned. You know, I would make a lot of things crimes if it was up to me. But there's no. There's no question of it.
Honestly, the part that's kind of fucking with my libertarian sensibilities is ban pornography.
Huh?
Women who push
You cut off.
strollers into the road in front of them. Why are kids' strollers made in such an absolutely ridiculous fashion when you think about it? I know, I'll cross this road. Let me just test the water by pushing my child into the fucking traffic.
Yes, and they're all
Well, I mean,
fucking
how else would
black
you do it?
and super fancy profiles, so you can't see the bloody thing.
Also, so it gets incredibly warm during summer.
Well, maybe that's because Vosh is in the area. You never know.
I bet he slows down in school zones.
I mean, to be honest, considering the size of Bosch's penis, it seems reasonable for him to fuck kids. I mean, what else would he?
Yeah.
You know.
Well, he could get a magnifying glass and some tweezers and wank himself off.
Oh,
Fucking Bosch.
bread tubers, man.
Yeah. There's just not enough wood chippers in the world, is there?
So, what I want
Yeah.
to know is, does communism make you a pedophile, or does being a pedophile make you a communist?
I think it goes
I think
both
it's
ways.
No, I don't think so. I don't think all communists are pedophiles. Just that all pedophiles are communists.
Right. I
No,
think
no, I think
I
it's the
think
other
it
way
does
around.
go both. I think it
No,
does go both ways.
I've never heard of a right wing pedophile.
Well, of
Well, it's
course
like the
they're not
question-
right-wing, because they know that every right-winger would burn the fuckers at the stake.
Right, so
Well,
so
it's
not,
like the
so
Oh,
not,
I
all,
mean,
not
no.
all not all communists are pedophiles, but all pedophiles are communists. Not
Well, it's like the
all
question.
not all Muslims are terrorists, but all terrorists are.
Well, I mean, it is kind of like, I think it is like pride and shame. You know, does pride cause shame or does shame cause pride? And I think they're in this like fucked up codependent relationship where they both feed into and generate each other the more you indulge in either one of them. So I think it's the same thing here.
It's because communists don't believe humans have any value, so it's all right to fuck a kid. That's basically how.
That is pretty
If
much
all-
how
if
they
all-
justify it.
They're
because
men
basically
without chests, dare I say.
all humans
Yes,
have an equal value, so a child has an equal value. It's their utilitarian.
The communist was never trained in the art of according to each thing the kind and degree of life appropriate to it.
It's basically because they're utilitarian, isn't it?
Oh
Yeah,
man,
It's all right
so.
to use things.
you were lucky that vaccine lab utilitarian.
Why?
He
Is he
would
a
go
uti-
off on. Yeah, he's a utilitarian.
Yeah.
Oh, I'd just
Oh,
destroy him. It'd be fine.
Upsetting.
He's like he's an actual utilitarian though, which I don't like either. But like, you know, it is obvious to me that Vosh and the lefty types are like fake pseudo utilitarians, right? Because you know the whole utilitarian thing is that maximizing happiness is the only thing that matters. But like these fucks, for them to get into all these like weird racial principles, like that is not at all utilitarian. Not that either of those things are good, but like it's logically inconsistent.
Have you guys seen how Vosh looked before he dropped deep into the chasm of leftism?
Yeah.
No, I want to though. What?
Oh my god!
Did
you're
he
not ready
actually
for this.
look like a decent chap?
Just so I'm gonna first I'm gonna put a picture of Vosh today, right?
And we can put that on the screen instead of the semen hand.
Yeah. There we go. This is Vosh today.
God, he looks like a larper.
But this is he washed for the first time in a while, and he looks a bit cleaner than he usually. Anyway.
Yeah, it looks like someone's got him with the pressure washer.
So this is Vosh post leftism. Now let me show you Vosh before leftism.
All right. Okay.
Leftism really is a disease.
Leftism.
I mean, he still has this like crazy look in his eye.
Yeah,
Looks
but,
like
you know,
he's
it's,
like, why won't she text me back?
It's way different. Like what
Yeah,
happened?
he actually looks like a man in that picture.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He almost looks like the Chad meme.
Almost.
God, it is a disease.
Yeah. This is what leftism does to you. Don't let it get to you.
This is your brain, and this is your brain on leftism. It's just that crazy lady smashing her kitchen with a frying pan.
Yeah.
You guys have seen that PSA, right?
Of course.
Yeah. Of course. Okay, right. No
Actually,
straight white male
I was
needs an
doing
AK-15.
I was doing the Bane voice.
Yeah.
Of course, we have
Yes.
to find out what they told you.
Yes.
And this is Vosh in a couple of years.
Wait, where did you find a picture of his girlfriend?
Have you guys seen that? Have you guys seen the picture? Well, we can't show it on the video.
Oh,
That's just nasty.
It's downright filthy.
So I wanted to show you guys a Twitter feed from Andy No today.
Oh boy.
Some of you might have seen it already. So, Portland police had to issue a tweet clarifying that the person shot today in northeast Portland was white after Antifa said it was a person of colour. Antifa and far-left protesters have gathered at the scene to confront police based on the racial rumour.
Right. And
Yeah.
they dispersed as soon as they found out a white person died.
Yeah, pretty much. So, a group of Antifa and far-left protesters have gathered in northeast Portland after a purported police-involved shooting of a knife-wielding man. Antifa mobilised their members by saying the man is a person of colour. Police issued a statement saying he's white. Let's have a look at the video, shall we?
I'll be right back.
How do you spell coward?
I mean, this is it. The police have to now do this within 2 minutes of anybody being shot. So have to say who was,
Can you maximize the video?
Yeah. Let's see. That's maximising close enough to good enough. That'll do.
How do you spell coward? How do you spell racist?
prevent riots from happening. They're going to have to say.
How do you spell power? Was something something something. Fucking weirdos.
What is wrong with them?
Leftism.
But how? How do you get to this point?
Indoctrination. Clearly. Like, it's legitimately a mental disorder at this point, I think.
Yeah, but it's actually terrifying. You know? These were once actual humans.
But it's presumably. Yep, so another one. Portland police removed a group of Antifa and far-left protesters back after they gathered to try and disrupt an active crime scene investigation. Of course they did. Of course they tried to disrupt the crime scene. Oh, I thought they... Billy Blog says, I thought they said, how do you spell coward? Oh, I can tell you how they spell coward. You spell coward. A-N-T-I-F-I.
Oh, yeah, of course.
So let's see what these stunning examples of humanity...
Bro, why is this guy in a wheelchair on that thing?
It reminds me of Ricky.
What a little... I can't really say what I think of that guy on YouTube.
Yeah.
I want to know, why is there like a dude in a wheelchair? Did they just show up and he was there like, fuck, I gotta get out of here? Or was he like a part of it?
Probably a part of it.
I'm very curious.
No, hang on. I know exactly what it is. This is Portland, right?
Yeah.
Right.
There is one guy in Portland, Antifa, who is in a wheelchair, and he keeps showing up to stuff.
Yeah, because they want him to get attacked by the police. They want the cops to smack him around a bit.
And then they will have something to show off. Oh, look, this abusive police.
Oh, Portland police
want
with a
that too.
fucking pride flag mask. Well, get what you fucking
God
deserve,
damn it.
Portland PD. Get what you fucking
Uh,
deserve.
I
Oh
can.
god, Fursuit Fridays
Well, a proper
trending.
Oh my
Oh,
a
what?
true police force that was not racist and not ableist and not everything else would beat the fuck out of that disabled guy just the same as it would any other person. That would be true equality.
Based.
Oh, Tucker's trending on Twitter.
Punch that leg mental in the face for equality. That's,
I didn't. Oh my god.
I'm going to batten you because I believe in equality.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, get what you
Of
fucking
course.
deserve.
No, it's what you're owed. It's not what you
Let's-
deserve.
Let's have a look at
I
the
owe
police
you
report.
this equality, batter.
Okay, let's see what actually happened. So, officer involved shooting investigation in Lloyd District, subject deceased. Okay, on Thursday, 24th of June, 2021 at 7:06 p.m, North Precinct officers were dispatched for a report of a welfare check on a white adult male dressed in all black at a motel, blah 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 blah. After officers arrived with paramedics, there you go, they arrived with paramedics. That's what you fucking wanted, isn't it, leftists? They encountered a man matching that description and an officer-involved shooting took place. Yep, no shit. Blah, 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 blah. Leftists attacked them. During the investigation, a group gathered at the crime scene and began yelling, throwing items at officers and attempting to interfere with the investigation. One officer's baton was grabbed and she was being pulled toward the crowd. Other officers quickly intervened. Someone from the crowd pepper sprayed an officer. At least one police vehicle's tyres were punctured and a window broken. Police officers citywide were called to assist with scene security. Mostly peaceful. Mostly peaceful.
It always is. What are you, a conspiracy theorist?
Yes.
Antifa's only an idea, man.
Antifa is a terrorist organisation. Just anyone who says otherwise has never paid attention.
Oh. It seems Trump has won the he's won the YPO Gold NYC chapter award.
Ooh, interesting. I
This
thought
is,
you were going to say that Trump won the something 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 something.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to say that Trump won the band.
Oh, imagine. Trump won a lifetime ban on Twitter.
Well, no, it's not a lifetime ban. They can't ban him for a lifetime. It's currently a 2-year ban, isn't it?
Yeah, and then they'll
Then
extend it to
they're going to
another
have to
2
review
years.
it. Then they're going
Is
to have to
it
review
2
it.
year? I thought 2 year was on Facebook.
No, I think because Twitter's independent reviewing people of.
Yeah, funded entirely by Twitter. Determined that.
I put it in.
But they determined that
Interesting.
it wasn't that they weren't able to give him a lifetime ban, so they just gave him 2 years.
Yeah. Let's have a look when this decides to load, shall we?
I think I've upset Harry. I've been telling him he can't be a Chad because he doesn't have a beard.
Well, and you'd be
Not
right.
He's not taking it super well. He said he has cut for any of the ones who are listening and haven't seen. He's basically saying, well, I shave to show that I'm not falling into indiscipline, essentially. And I've said, well, basically you could just style your beard and that would have the same effect. So your argument is therefore invalid.
Yeah.
Yeah, Newsmax is not wanting to load today.
That's odd.
But Trump wins the YPO NYC award. Good for him.
The Young President's Organization.
Nice.
Billy B simping. He's another one of these clean-shaven people.
I think
Or,
that's just...
women, as I like to think of them.
Oh.
Ooh.
He said women can't appear. He said so you can't be male if you're a child and you have a beard. So well, no, you could be a child. You could be a woman or a child. One of the two.
I don't know. I had a beard when I was 14, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I suspect that was one of the smaller worries that you had when you were 14. Really. I mean, were you not more concerned about being mistaken for a baby chimpanzee? Well, I was like, serious. I mean, that's a hairy man. I've already seen more of it than I need to.
When I was 14 in the gym locker room, I took off my shirt, someone was like, "What the fuck? This dude's got like a chest mane."
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't want to be the person cleaning out your fucking shower drain. Put it that way.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You got a point.
Yeah, my mom says I'm the hairiest person I know, and she's a nurse. Okay,
Billy's
gang.
obviously listening because he's
Okay,
chatting.
gang. I'm one of yours.
That's Harry right back.
Okay, we're getting in. We're getting in. You know, I'm gonna pull an Anna. I'm gonna say, "Fuck!" I said, "Fuck." That's how you know I'm in deep. That was actually from that Crowder Sargon crossover. Crowder was like the Young Turks, like in a call with Sargon, and it's just like, I said, "Fuck." That's how you. I'm in deep, and Sargon's just like, "What does that even mean?"
Okay, so
Harry-
Hong Kong bins emotional farewell to pro-democracy newspaper Apple Daily shut by Beijing. Of course
Is
they
anyone
have.
surprised?
No, not
this
surprised
point?
at all. It's just
But
depressing.
still disappointed.
Yeah.
Harry's now invoked the million ways to die in the West defense, which is to invoke the cost of maintaining a moustache, which is an argument that I respect now. So I'll let him away with that one.
Yeah, it's just being a savvy capitalist, bro. Savvy consumer.
Yeah, Hong Kong is just slowly rotting away at this point. It's very upsetting.
It's not necessarily. It's not so much rotting away as being chopped away. Poor guys.
Yeah. Rotting implies it's
Slow and
natural
internal.
process, but it's most definitely artificial.
Well, rotting implies that there was something to be rotted away.
Well, Hong Kong was great before the 90s.
Yeah.
When when it was British.
I
Make
have
Hong
the
Kong British
flag
again.
on my wall right now.
Oh shit, we were talking about Hong Kong.
Yeah, not
Okay,
Beijing.
never mind. I take back my lack of respect to to those like foreigners who are more patriotic than Americans.
Degenerates like you belong on the cross.
Fine, just hang me upside down like Saint Peter. I do not
I don't
deserve to go
deserve
out the
to
same
be
way he did.
like, yeah.
Based.
Based Bible story.
Yeah.
I still have 2 more stories if you guys want to get into them.
Let's get right into the news.
Yes, let's do it. Which
or,
one are
or
we
to
doing?
quote our
Kat?
favorite Swedish chef.
Commence the news.
I want something funny. Let's do Paperboy Prince, the face of New York City. So
yes, the thing.
Yes. This guy recently showed up in the political sphere. His name is Paperboy Prince. He is, as Not the Bee describes him, a mix of Aladdin, a pothead, and an amateur rapper. Wrapped in sparkles in a skirt.
Sounds pretty gay.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Sounds very gay.
He ran for mayor of New York City for the Democrats in the primaries.
I'd probably do better than... Fuck, who's the shitheel who runs New York City?
De Blasio. De
Yeah, still
Blasio.
De Blasio.
Yeah, I just mix all of those New York.
I don't
people
know.
together.
His platform includes cancelling
Right.
rent, abolishing
Yeah.
the police, and legalizing psychedelics. I'm okay with the
But
last one, but the other two can fuck off.
Yeah,
right.
The
so,
last one is fine.
Here's because I went on to research more and I found a bit more. His platform includes canceling rent, abolishing the police, universal basic income of 2K, free
Fuck
healthcare and
off.
housing for all, and legalizing psychedelics.
Oh,
And the
God.
money for this comes from where, you stupid fucking communist?
Yeah, I mean
Right.
that's like free housing. Like to be on some like crack to say free housing.
I
At
like.
that
I
point,
can
it's
agree
just
with
like-
the legalizing psychedelics. I think
Oh, yeah.
most people on here can agree with that.
Oh yeah,
Um,
psychedelics like changed my life.
Yeah, like, I'm
But the
more
rest
of a
of it-
decriminalized than legalized, but yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
That's
But
not
the rest of it
a
is
problem.
obviously like left-wing lunacy.
Yeah.
It's crazy shit.
It's basic communist bullshit.
And he goes so far as to call it his utopia plan.
Oh. So he is a
There's
communist.
a reason. There's a
He
reason
states-
why God stopped the Tower of Babel, which is
Yeah.
that we cannot build utopia, and we're gonna fuck up if we try.
I
That was a
really hate-
mercy from God. That was
Yeah.
a mercy. He was like, "No, this will be better than letting you guys like fuck yourselves over."
I really hate with a burning passion people who believe there is a utopia possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's...
states-
No, it's just not.
He states, I'm going to create a utopia because anything less is not an option. Right.
Yeah. Oh God.
Okay.
The early stories in the Bible are so like fucking based. The Tower of Babel is like the fifth story and it's anti-utopia. Then the third story is anti-communist. Like the first murderer, Cain, like murders his brother because he's jealous of him for being more successful. Like just saying, based Bible.
Yeah. So on June the 6th, he went in Manhattan. He handed out weed. He threw cash in the air. And apparently he even met and talked with AOC.
Oh, God.
People were impressed at the size of blunts he was smoking.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I would have showed up for the free weed.
Yeah, and free cash.
Yeah.
But
actually, no, I have too much self-respect. It kind of annoyed me once when I was and like somebody who was like, you know, running a booth along Speedway like was handing out like free French fries. And so they gave me French fries and I'm like, "Oh, thanks." And they started like, "Yeah, we're from Planned Parenthood and we're just campaigning for..." And I'm like, "Oh God, if I had known that, I would have refused." Yes.
When Not the Beast said he was an amateur rapper, they meant it. The guy has made multiple songs, one of which is his campaign video.
Oh God, here we go.
Bezek, can you bring it up?
This one? This fucking
I'm
abomination?
just waiting. There's that. Just mute it because it might be copyrighted.
It probably is.
Just mute it and press play, and let's have a look at it.
Okay, let's
Because it's
see.
very enjoyable.
So his love gallery. First thing he does, jump on a car. Yeah. He's wearing a Game Boy Advance SP on a fucking chain around his neck.
At least he's not wearing a mask.
Of course he's got his nose pierced. Yet another demonstration that he's not a real man. He's got several watches that he's clearly stolen.
Yeah. But, right, so you look at him, he's obviously a shitposter to some extent. No one wears a Game Boy SP around their neck. Like, he's a
Yeah, I
shitposter.
kind of have
okay?
to respect that a little bit.
I find the video very funny.
Well,
like,
honestly,
unironically.
the best thing about it seems to be that the game is Pokemon Yellow. The best Pokemon game.
Yes. It's an entertaining video. It's pretty funny. I like it. So there's some amount of shit posting to what he's doing, but I do believe his core political message is genuine. He actually believes it, right?
Yeah. Where does this loser
So,
get the money? I'm gonna guess drugs.
no, well, actually, rapping. He's
Yeah,
done
rap.
music from before
I'll be
the
honest,
political.
rap is just money laundering for drugs.
I guess, but I don't know which state it was, but I think one of the U.S. states has decided to encourage artists by giving them money for having for being SoundCloud rappers.
Oh God.
The guy at Raz, the guy
Oh,
Raz
that
got
guy.
money
Yeah.
from the government for being a SoundCloud rapper.
The Chaz Warlord got money for.
Yes.
Whoa, what is that psychedelic shit in like the middle right?
Happiness frequency, chakra healing
It's
music bullshit.
binaural beats type of stuff. All right. So that's not all. The guy has a campaign website.
But White, it gets worse.
Yep.
Let's check it out, shall we?
Yes, it's pink.
There we go.
First thing I can tell you about it is it's pink.
It is pink.
It's a
And
lot
if
of
you
pink.
scroll down, we can have a look at his campaign promises. And he split them into 4 categories. Lower down.
Oh, we're going lower than
There
his
we go.
top priorities.
No, that one. I'm just a bit behind. The video is a bit delayed.
Yep, so his
So
top
those
priorities
are-
is meh.
Number 1, guaranteed income for all. That's the UBI shit that he's talking about, right? We've covered that. Then you have spreading love and creating love centers.
I'm
That
This
sounds
pretty
is-
like my kind of
sure.
stuff.
I'm
This
pretty
is-
sure that's what like churches were for and what churches
It's to give you something
doing.
to spend your UBI on.
No, but this
Wait.
is possibly the last thing I'd want to hear from the mouth of a Democrat.
It's spreading love and creating
Yeah.
love centers.
So
Yes.
Well, that's the thing. Like that's what
Oh, so it's-
churches were supposed to be. But then the
No,
left.
no, this
under-
is love with children. It's Democrats.
Yeah.
But
Exactly.
that
So-
section is pretty interesting because if you read down, it's actually not too bad. He seems to be tackling some important issues with that can actually it's stuff right wingers actually complain about, and he has a solution for it here. Obviously, of course, this would cost incredible amounts of money, and people in New York wouldn't use it, but it tackles some important problems.
Yeah, but
Uh,
that's what church is supposed to be for. But the left
I
has
know,
been like
but
shitting all over those for.
the many people have become atheist recently or have been scared away from religion by a leftist.
Yeah, so they're trying to fill a vacuum that they.
Yeah, exactly. So
Yep,
here's what it
and they're
offers.
so empty as people that they can only fill it with trash like this. They can't fill it with anything of value.
Yeah. So here's what it offers. Mental health resources. It tries to strengthen marriages, which is pretty good. Domestic dispute resolution, that's great.
Learning languages, job trainings,
learning
ending
languages
gang
would be
violence.
And if they do tackle the marriage problem and domestic disputes and stuff like that, if they actually strengthen marriages and not as many people in the black community would end up in single parent households, maybe it would actually lead towards ending gang violence,
Yep, but he does go on to say free childcare. Okay, that's a nice idea, but free for who?
Yeah, we used to have that until the size of the workforce doubled and depressed everyone.
Yeah.
Yep,
It's funny because Elizabeth Warren actually pointed that out, but she'd never be caught saying that.
I mean, most places have free childcare. It doesn't really bother me. It's not that big a deal.
Yeah, I suppose.
It also says it will try to end social media addiction. Which
Okay.
is pretty good. I like that.
Not necessarily a bad idea, but I'd like to know how they plan to do that.
Yeah. The only
Since if
problem
it
I have
wasn't
with
for social media addiction, this loser wouldn't have got anyway.
Yeah. The only problem I have with it is while the people in New York City would be the ones that need it the most, people in cities live horrible lives. They would be the most reluctant to get it. I don't think these would actually be used if they had the money to build them and they built them. I don't think they would be used that often.
No, they probably wouldn't.
Yeah. So I guess it's not as bad of an idea as it sounds, but I don't know if it would work in practice, which is
I love
pretty
how in
disappointing.
his third point, though, he says absolutely nothing. That's like 4
Yeah.
or 5 sentences to say jack shit.
Yeah, pretty much.
Healthcare. Oh, hold on. Our healthcare system hasn't served marginalized or the. I disagree. I got run over by a car and it served me well.
Can you tell us the story of how you got ran over by a car?
He
I
tells it
don't think
every
everybody
week.
has heard it. I don't think everyone heard it yet.
Yeah, so I mixed spiced rum with apple blackout, drunk, and somehow passed out in front of my driveway at night where black, and then my roommate and best friend got home and didn't see me because I blended into the street. And yeah, and then his Honda Civic was on top of me. Yeah,
That sounds
fun
wonderful.
times.
Lucky it was a pussy car, weren't you?
Yeah.
Oh,
Right. So his last point, he touches on futuristic schools. He wants to put control of the education in the hands of the parents and the students instead of what he says out of touch school boards.
oh,
Which
good.
sounds-
So we'll
that
get
sounds
critical
amazing.
race theory out of the schools. Beautiful. Sounds
No,
great.
Listen, that sounds amazing until you read literally the next sentence.
Yeah.
It says, he wants to make students great people with awesome ethics. Awesome ethics by leftist standards, I suppose, since this guy is a leftist.
Yep. And then
Yeah.
equip
I mean,
them
the
with
first half of
schools
that
that will
paragraph
be.
sounds fine, and then the second is just weird.
Yep.
Like, at that point, I'd rather homeschool my kids.
Yep. And he wants to equip them with skills that will be valuable now and in the future. Okay, that says nothing. We need to focus less on grades and standardized tests, more on creativity and finding what makes each student unique and what their top talents are. Cool.
There's
So
actually kind
that's
of-
another reason to just do away with schooling and homeschool your kids.
Yeah.
Well, there's actually kind of an interesting thing about the whole standardized is that the left in a lot of these places push standardized. They're like, it's racist, it hurts minorities. But if you look at the data, standardized testing actually helps more minorities get into college. Without it, less minorities would be able to get into college. So standardized testing actually helps minority communities like the ACT, the SAT. So if they got rid of that to help them, it wouldn't actually help them very much.
Yep, it had also achieved. It's also so fucking stupid as a mayoral thing. Like, okay, you've now done away with all this stuff in one city. Congratulations, it's now then worthless to the rest of the fucking country.
Yeah, but he only needs to care about New York. He would only be the mayor for New York City, so I can't blame him on not affecting further change.
Yeah, no, I'm not
outside
talking about affecting further change. I'm saying that the kids that come through his system will not be able to get an education elsewhere because without the standardized testing scores, they can't apply for university anyway.
No, you're right.
Like, yeah, it's still so fucking stupid
I do
anyway.
think the way schools are doing the teaching and the testing is absolute garbage. I can speak for the UK because this is what I've learned, and I've just finished sixth form. You know, I've just been through the school, fresh out of school into university, and it's awful. It's actual garbage. But I don't know if this idea would fix it.
It probably wouldn't. Like, if you want individualized stuff for each student, just homeschool them.
Homeschool or go to a private school.
Yep.
I've been to a private school. Not that I could afford it. I got a scholarship, and it was great. We had classes of like 6 students, and the teachers actually had time to individually teach everyone on the things they weren't good at. You know?
Yeah,
I
it's
went to
amazing
private
how
school
that
as well.
works.
I quite enjoyed the fencing lessons.
I
Did you
wish
just
I'd
say
had.
you
Private
just
school
finished
good.
sixth form.
Homeschooling good. State school bad. I don't know how to say.
But did you just say you just finished sixth form?
I'm first year of uni.
So were you like 17, 18?
I'm 19 now.
Like,
I'm the youngest one here.
Jesus Christ.
well, yeah, no shit. Like,
Hey, it's not me anymore.
Yeah, no. Second's like the second youngest one. Hey, there
Yeah.
we go.
my
Now it
23.
makes sense.
Yeah,
less than
based.
half my age.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Don't give Vosh any ideas.
So dog, then kill you and get no repercussions out of that.
It should be fun.
Sounds like a great place. Yeah. So that was Paperboy Prince. Interesting character. I don't think we'll see him for the last time now. He didn't win the mayor seat, but I don't think this is the last of him that will.
Wait, who won the mayor's seat?
Bill de Blasio.
Aw.
Color me surprised.
God damn it, de Blasio.
I thought there was some guy who was like trying to beat him out who was like come on, we gotta do like something about this crime. That was the guy Tucker was talking about in the video where more drug ODs in Penn Station. How vibrant.
How vibrant.
It does amaze me that these places keep voting these people in. I mean, like, this is it's like London constantly voting in Sadiq. London has just become more and more and more of a shithole. It's like, oh yeah, just vote him in again. Yeah, it's like it just seems so incongruous, you know. It's like,
No, that's because the people that Sadiq Khan wants to come to London want London to be a shithole.
Yeah, I guess.
yeah, we may have to nuke it.
Is London where those like protests were happening where someone was
Where someone was and you cut out.
Yeah.
carrying a sign that said abolish ICE?
Yes,
Yeah,
I think it was.
That is
Dear feminist activists, get off Twitter.
Yes.
So sad and pathetic.
Yeah. The famous British ICE.
Yeah.
They I guess they deported Frenchies back to France.
I mean, based.
Yeah.
Interesting place to choose to start.
I don't know why anyone would want to abolish that, you know? Sounds perfectly reasonable.
It would be such a redemption for France, though, if like the French general were the ones to take us into the Heinlein timeline.
No, it happens in Aberdeen.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess we're stuck in the Aberdeen timeline.
Yeah, I'm working on it. Time I see a scientist, I punch him now. That's the.
Based.
So what do you guys think of Paperboy Prince?
I don't think I'm allowed to say that on YouTube.
Not usually.
What do you think of Paperboy Prince that you would be allowed?
Stupid.
I think
Utopian communist idiot.
I think he's interesting. I'll say that much.
Yeah, I think he's just stupid and foolish, but like I don't think he's
You know what he sparks in me the same emotion that the Black Hammer people spark in me. It's like, oh my god, that's so out there. I'm so interested.
I
They're
suppose.
nuts, but I'm so interested.
God, I still remember that old Sargon video. Speaks Aquabaya.
I haven't seen
hi.
it.
Oh,
it's
you haven't
amazing.
seen that? It's his Black
No.
Hitler video. You need to go check
No,
it out.
I know. I've heard about it a lot, but I haven't seen it.
Well, your homework for this week.
Don't you dare.
Oh man, that still hasn't registered for me yet, and I'm never getting any ever for the rest of my life.
You're never getting any what?
Homework ever for the rest of my life.
Wow.
Like I've been getting homework for like the past fucking 17 years, and now it's like never again, and I still haven't registered that.
Well, you see, the phrase "never again," just like "great again," is a
We
symptom of
say
whiteness.
no more.
Have you guys seen that? The actual academic paper on whiteness that says phrases like "no more," phrases like "never again" and "great again" are symbols of whiteness pulling you in.
Oh god.
Jesus Christ.
Let me
It's
see if
just
I
an
can.
embarrassment. Some ideas
Yes,
are
I
so
found it.
stupid only an academic could believe them.
Yes.
Well, again, I
George Orwell. Very correct.
you know my opinion on teachers and things. You know, it should just all be shot. No, I mean it's simple, right? You take any class, you take a maths class, for instance, right? You get the 5, 10 best maths teachers in your country. You get them to write a syllabus. They do record a class for every day that there should be a class, and you play that class to every kid in the country. Every single kid gets exactly the same fucking class, not one that your teacher made up in your school because, you know, whatever. Every kid should get the exact identical education.
Well, you see, in the
shouldn't matter which school you go to, should all get exactly the same one.
Well, would
Well,
you stratify
in
that
the
with?
UK, there are loopholes to get around something like that. There are places called academies which don't have to abide by the government set curriculum, but still are just as valid as any other state school.
Oh, we just.
But that
just
oil
get rid
guy,
of
would
them.
you?
Every single kid should get the same education.
That oil guy, would you stratify that
In what
by
sense?
like level or something?
Yeah, every kid should get the same basic education. Anyone capable of doing a higher tier class should get this. But every kid that does the higher tier class should get the same higher tier class. It shouldn't be different. You know, it shouldn't be your education shouldn't depend on the geographic location in which your parents live.
Actually, I largely disagree with that, just on the basis of who the federal government and who controls the state governments in Texas and Florida.
I'm not
That is
talking about America.
purely an American
I'm not talking
thing.
about America. Yeah, no one gives a shit about your fucking America, right? We're talking about real countries, not federal states.
Oh, hey, federalism is like our greatest
Look,
strength right now.
You're a failed colony, all right? Just
Bezic, can you
Yep.
read out
and we're
loud
coming
the
back.
abstract before you?
Yes, I can. On having whiteness. Whiteness is a condition one first acquires and then one has. A malignant parasitic-like condition to which white people have a particular susceptibility. Ugh. The condition is
How is
foundational.
this not Hitler? How is this not fucking Hitler?
No. Listen, listen
Just
to the wording.
replace white with Jew, and it sounds like
Hang on,
something
hang on,
Hitler
hang
would
on.
write.
Listen,
But wait,
listen to
it
the
gets
wording.
worse.
No. Hang on. I want to discuss on this first because it specifically phrases it in a way such that someone who isn't white can acquire whiteness.
Yes, and then
Oh,
become
man.
part of white people.
No,
Or
no, no.
white
They
people.
have whiteness. It's
Michael
like a
Jackson
disease.
Right.
They have whiteness. You can keep going.
Oh, so stupid. The condition is foundational, generating characteristic ways of being in one's body, in one's mind, and in one's world. Parasitic whiteness renders its host's appetites voracious, insatiable, and perverse. Sure we're not talking about the Jews, Hitler?
No, I lived in Asia for a while, and I did go through a phase of yellow fever.
These deformed appetites particularly target non-white peoples. Once established, these appetites are nearly impossible to eliminate. Like, are they saying that we're fucking cannibals?
I just assumed they meant I fucked a little Asian women.
No, they're just saying you're an infectious disease.
Yep. Effective treatment
I can't relate. I'm
consists
not
of
white.
a combination.
I don't care.
Effective treatment consists of a combination of psychic, and social historical interventions. Psychic
Oh, nice.
interventions.
Yeah. You know we're in real trouble when the lefties say that righties aren't allowed to own dogs. That's when you
You gotta get
that's
the
when you-
medium in here.
That's when you get into fascism properly, when they stop letting you own pets.
Yeah.
The spirit of whiteness is haunting you. Woo!
Well, I'm sure someone's already said something about white people and pets. I swear that's an article I've seen before.
No, but that's
Yeah.
one of the things the Nazis
Well,
did fairly early on. Is they they said the Jews were dirty and they banned them from owning pets.
I think we should ban white women from owning pets.
Ooh.
Which is,
I think we should.
I'm all for just banning.
I think we
just
should
banning
ban the
white
breeding of small yappy dogs.
Yeah,
Fucking
no,
small
you're right.
yappy dogs.
Oh, but that's racist. They're mostly Mexican.
Yeah. Such interventions can reasonably aim only to reshape whiteness's infiltrate appetites, to reduce their intensity, redistribute their aims, and occasionally turn those aims toward the work of reparation. There we go. There's the self-financial interest. Yep, redistribute their money to me.
On that one, this was a question I wanted to ask in the gold tier. I didn't get a chance to say it. So the other day,
You ask it and I'll answer. I'll be Carl.
Right. So they were talking about the pride thing, and it said white allies and accomplices had to pay reparations to get in, whatever it was, $10 to $50. Okay,
Right.
but that wasn't white gay people didn't have to pay. It was only white cis people that had to pay. So my question is, how gay do you have to be absolved of slavery? Can I fuck a guy, or do I have to be fucked by a guy? Because depending on what we're talking about here, I might go for the absolution.
Well, I mean, there was that paper that got.
If I just give a gay guy a vigorous hand job, does that
Well, there was actually.
Does that absolve me of racism?
Well,
I mean,
so there was actually a paper in an academic journal that got published saying that straight men should shove dildos up their ass to cure them of transphobia.
Yeah, I remember that. But which bit absolves you of racism? That's the question.
No, listen. You see,
if white
hang
men
on.
don't have to pay reparations, they've been absolved. So what?
No, I think you have to give. I think you have to give a gay black. Got to give the handy to a gay black.
But that's not clear. It's not clear that all the gay white men have done that already. So
No. They already have articles on this. They say very clearly that white gay men are the straight white males of the LGBT community.
But no. The point is they don't have to pay reparations. So they have been, but by poster. By that poster, the gay white men have been absolved of racism, of slavery specifically. So what is it about being gay that absolves you from slavery?
Well, I mean, point me to a slave owner that was gay.
Sucking black dick, I must assume.
No, but those gay guys don't have to pay reparations, so they've been absolved.
No, wait, hang on. I have a one up. Technically. Oh no! Listen. Technically, all the
fucking car park, I'll do it if it means no one can call me a fucking
white supremacist again, or a slave owner. Well,
Listen to this. According to Tariq Nasheed, all the slave owners were gay.
What?
Let me introduce you guys to Tariq Nasheed's documentary,
Oh,
Book
God.
Breaking. Tariq Nasheed went ahead and made a documentary about a thing in history he called book breaking, which would have been the master raping the black male slave as soon as he got him in order to break him in. That never happened, but he claims it did, but there's no actual proof of it.
I mean, I have
And
to
he
say,
said
it
he
seems
said
very
he spent
unlikely.
hours watching videos on the topic.
Oh man,
Alright.
somebody's
Thousands
got
of
it.
hours.
It seems to me to be quite unlikely that your average slave was actually treated that badly. If you actually consider the cost, if you look at the adjusted for inflation value of slaves, you know, they cost about the same as a sort of family car. Cannot see people treating them quite as badly as people would suggest. I'm not saying that no slave was ever really badly treated. It just seems that the average one probably wasn't that badly treated.
No, but what I'm
For
saying
very
is
expensive
this guy just made up a whole thing.
Oh yeah, I know.
A whole fake. Now it is we was raped and shit. You know.
Yeah.
But my point is, I think a lot of what is said is bullshit.
Maybe.
Because, like, you know, you just wouldn't if you need them to be able to continuously do the fields. It's not cost effective to starve them, is it?
Black female slaves were definitely raped. That we know for sure.
Yeah, sure. But I mean, just women were raped in general at the time. It's not specifically because they were slaves.
Well, it probably helped that they were slaves. Oh, I feel like rape and having sex. Oh, the wife doesn't want it. Oh, the slave doesn't have a say in the matter.
Yeah.
It's just like why wouldn't they? I'd imagine they'd get female slaves for that.
But don't you think that?
Yes, that's what we're saying.
Don't you think perhaps some of the slaves were doing it for
Better treatment? Oh, absolutely. But
extra whatever?
yeah.
In the promise of freedom or something.
It wouldn't surprise me in the slightest if some female slaves did exactly that. Oh, let me just snuggle up to the slave master for better treatment so I can get treated better than the house.
But yeah, I mean, there is something that concerns me about the abstract, just that whole thing in general, which is like a point that C.S. Lewis makes in his essay on the humanitarian theory of justice, which is that he warns against moral and criminal issues being treated purely as a matter of psychology, of reducing moral decision making to like psychological disease, because at that point the person
Oh yeah, you'll just be able to label everyone that kills another person as crazy. And therefore, if they're actually crazy, then there shouldn't be any legal repercussions against them because they're crazy. They couldn't control it.
No, it's quite the opposite actually. It's that if you can label this shit like whiteness of having certain attitudes not as a moral issue but as a psychological issue, then you remove the person's agency and humanity from them and become justified in doing whatever you can to them to cure them. I mean, it's how you remove the issue of morality to a trust the experts and let them reprogram your mind kind of thinking.
Just trust the experts, bro. Don't even have to think about it.
Yeah,
don't even gotta think about it, dude. So fucking stupid. You probably have a small dick. But yeah, I would recommend C.S. Lewis's essay.
He has a holster.
Yeah, he's got a holster, dude. He's got a small dick.
So daft.
Yeah. Do you guys have whiteness?
Oh, I'm full of whiteness. individuality,
Chock full.
desire to succeed. Yeah, I'm full of whiteness.
I have
I'm
31,
mopping-
30 seconds of
I'm
whiteness.
mopping on time. I'm regularly on time for things. That's whiteness.
Oh,
yeah,
I'm
that's
not.
true.
That might be indicative of something.
Yeah, it's indicative of being a supremacist. Because I
Shit,
believe because
my
I
dad
believe
doesn't
it's
have
polite to
whiteness.
be on
Then.
time for things. Heaven forbid.
My dad
doesn't
is like
have
the
whiteness.
least.
He left to get milk and he never came back. So
My
he's not
dad
on
is
time.
like the least punctual person like ever. Like
Well,
my
your
mom
dad's
and
a
I,
piece of shit.
whenever my mom and I or whenever me and my parents go on vacation or something, we have to like tell my dad that we're leaving like 30 minutes before we actually plan to leave, so that we'll leave on time.
So he's not white then?
No.
Well, he's 15/16 white.
No, he must be black according to the Smithsonian. Fully black.
Well, there's few things I hate more than people who aren't punctual.
Communists, and that's about it.
No, I'd forgive a punctual communist over a unpunctual socialist.
My dad's not a socialist.
I'd put the wood chipper on fast instead of slow, but
Bison would chipper pilled.
as Einan would say in Dragonheart, death is a release, not a punishment.
Oh, Professor Lupin.
Yeah. Good, well done. It's Professor Lupin. No, fuck. But I'm definitely white because I do all the terrible things of whiteness, like give money to charity and be on time, and be polite, and speak to people in a language that you know.
Well, in order to be
You
punctual,
do all the things of whiteness. Be polite, be efficient, have a plan to kill everyone you meet, you know?
Yeah, well, in order to maintain...
That is a slightly tricky one for me, obviously, because I literally do spend a lot of my time planning ways to kill people. That is a professional, issue.
Well, in order to maintain my whiteness and be punctual to my next thing,
Maybe you should fix your microphone, because we caught none of that.
Okay, in order to maintain my whiteness and be punctual to my next thing, I gotta bounce.
Oh, very sad.
Alright, Second. It's good to have you, man. Have fun.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's good news for brown people, because we've moved from DEFCON brown to DEFCON yellow anyway.
So what I'm hearing is that it's going to be targeting Asians now.
Yes.
Well, militaristically, yeah. It's a question. It's a question of munitions purchasing, really. Different theatre of war. You see, you've got to buy slightly different rounds.
Right, I see.
Yeah.
We've got a final bit of news. If you want to get into this. And it's not very good news.
Oh, good.
I've titled this one, I've told you, you morons, not to buy Internet of Things devices.
Yeah, well, yeah. I wouldn't buy anything with an internet thing, that's for fucking sure.
It seems the time has finally come when the technology rebels against its master. People in Texas have been running smart thermostats in their homes, have been woken up in their boiling in their beds in this past week. Texas energy companies have been struggling this past year. As we've known, we've seen Texas freezing over, and energy companies didn't manage to bring enough heat to all the homes in Texas. And hell, not even enough electricity. Many places were just dark. But now to cover up for their mistakes, because they don't have enough energy to give to everyone, in all their wisdom, they decided, I know what we'll do. We'll raise the temperature on the people while in their homes while they sleep.
Well, they turned down their aircon.
Yes. So up on screen we have the thermostat recommendations. It started as the energy company recommending you the temperatures you should have, and I'll translate them into the readings for everyone else other than Americans. So it says 25 degrees Celsius when you're at home,
Oh, fuck, that's
29
hot.
degrees Celsius when you're away, and 28 degrees Celsius while you're asleep.
Yeah, I mean, like, to be fair, most hotels do this to you all the time. So
Yeah, but you gotta think, this
I mean,
is Texas summer,
yeah, I know,
and
but I'm just
if
saying,
you
hotels
don't if you don't put the AC on like something incredibly high, you're literally not gonna feel it.
Yeah. But best
If-
hotel
if-
accommodation I ever stayed in was miners accommodation. Individual room, individual bathroom, individual air conditioner. It was fucking great.
That sounds amazing.
Like, it was literally a bed in a room and a TV attached to the wall. And then there was a bathroom off to the side. Like, a massive thing that you'd get off, take a container off the truck. It was great. It had no luxuries, no decoration, no bullshit, just a bed and an air conditioner and a toilet. It's fucking fantastic. So, anyway, moving on.
Yeah, so they said these temperatures will be optional. And technically, they weren't lying. It was optional. You could have it either on those temperatures or higher temperatures, because you couldn't cool your room any cooler than that. People's smart thermostats were locked, and they couldn't lower the temperature under 70 degrees Fahrenheit, which is around 25 degrees, I think. 25
Damn.
degrees Celsius. So if you can play the clip,
that's it.
This is people's reaction to it.
This is what was on my thermostat.
can't hear the clips. Sorry.
This is what was on my thermostat. Energy rush hour from 3:30 to 5:30. Yet it is 9 p.m. and I still cannot change my thermostat to set it to cool. So it is 80 degrees inside the house. It's 9:50. This was set at 3 p.m. and it has said this the entire day. It will not go past what they're setting it as. I called and there's nothing that they're going to do about it. So we're just waiting. Hopefully this shit's over sometime soon. So you tell me if I was fucking doing what the state said.
Yeah. Interesting. Though apparently this is a
Yeah.
feature that you can enroll in, not that's mandatory.
Well,
So-
no, you're automatically enrolled into it.
Oh, I
and
see.
you have to
opt out.
Opt out, yeah.
Interesting.
So only works with smart thermostats. If you chose not to have a smart home and return to monkey, you wouldn't deal with this.
Yeah, but you see, this is positive because this is a sort of thing that now inflicts the repercussions of these things onto lefties.
Yeah,
Yeah.
No,
Think twice
honestly,
about.
this is
Well, no, this is
the
ju-
first
this is
proper
more like an
example.
idiot. It does seem though it's also part of an idiot
Yeah.
tax on if you're too stupid to read through the notes and go and double check your settings.
Well, you still might
No,
not
you,
expect them
listen,
to
you
do
don't
that.
even need to read through the notes. Just avoid anything with the word smart or I in it, like the plague.
But you wouldn't necessarily expect them to do this. What I'm saying is actually what we should do is accelerate left-wing agendas, not try to fight.
Yes.
Accelerate them through. Let the natural, the inevitable repercussions of them. You know, prepare for yourself, but let the inevitable repercussions hit these people so that they can realize that communism's bad. You know?
I don't think it's all necessarily just lefties.
It is. It's
No,
lefties
it's
vote
not.
for this bullshit.
It's
lefties that
lefties and normies. Many normies just like the convenience of having smart devices they can set
yeah.
from an app.
The smart devices are fine if they hadn't fucking stopped the fucking coal furnaces
No, listen.
from producing the
This
electricity.
is an example of what they will try to do with every other smart device.
But you wouldn't need to do it if there
anything,
was enough electricity, would they? They wouldn't have bothered. Yeah.
they wouldn't have followed. But this shows that if the interest of a third party conflicts with that of the user, they will take the third party's interest over that of the user. They don't care.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
This is the first proper example of companies using smart devices against their users, which people have warned about for ages now.
Yeah.
It is. Though I will admit, I'm still going to keep my smart devices because I do love being out when it's 40 degrees, being able to turn the air conditioner in my home on from the office.
Yeah.
You just get one with a remote. You don't need an app for it.
No, I mean when I'm an hour's commute
your
away.
office at work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you know, this is.
I like being able to run a bath from my car as well. So.
It's sloth, man.
No, I mean, like my house has a lot of controls and things like that, but I built them, so it's not like anyone can.
Yeah, no, if you build them, it's fine. Like, but then you've put in the work, right? So you're not just a lazy person. You've gone out of your way to build it for yourself.
Yeah, I've been able to fill my bathtub for about 20 years.
Nice.
From a text message.
That's very nice.
Yeah, but I mean, it started off with you having to send it a text message. That's how old it is.
That's still pretty cool.
Oh yeah, well, it was a lot of stuff for me was a technical exercise because I design control systems for a living. I used to build a lot of stuff for.
Just shits and giggles.
My cigar humidor is probably like the most overly technical cigar humidor in the world, I would imagine.
Nice. That does sound fun.
Technically, to keep it fully operational, it needs to the dew point sensors in it need to be manually calibrated like every 2 weeks. So it's completely ridiculously over the top. It also has a full nitrogen purge system in case there was ever a fire in it.
Nice.
But again, it was a technical exercise to prove a concept rather than.
Well, that's it.
Bezek,
Sometimes
I think we have a not the B article you can bring up and just have in the background.
Yes, not the B. I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Don't use smart devices. Nothing. If you don't build it and you just buy it from Amazon or any other big company, do not use it. Don't take it, even if they give it to you for free.
But I can start my car with my Apple Watch.
Yeah.
But that's
at the bare minimum, don't rely on it. Have the ability to revert. Know how to unplug this shit.
No. Throw away your Alexa. Throw away your app-controlled light bulbs. Throw away your smart thermostat and return to Monkey.
It's so cool when I walk up to my car and the roof comes down and the engine starts.
Yes, but that's.
I mean,
that's cool. It's very convenient.
I'm prepared to.
But you're not doing the hard thing. You're not going and seeing the biggest rock there is and picking it up.
No, we did the hard thing. We exchanged labor for money, and then we exchanged that money for the smart device. Therefore, we did put in the hard work.
But that's not the actual value of the device. Many of them are sold for cheaper than they are actually worth. If you were to actually pay the full value, you would build it yourself.
Yeah, making an Apple Watch yourself is slightly on the tricky side.
No, but you could definitely make an app that can do that.
You need the nimble fingers of a 12-year-old.
of a Chinese child.
Yeah.
Well, that's why Chinese parents like getting iPhones for Christmas. The best gifts are the ones your children make.
Your children make, yeah.
But no, for serious, don't use Internet of Things devices unless you build them yourself. Anything that connects to the internet or has an app when it doesn't need it, don't use it because it's not yours. The company doesn't consider it as your device.
No,
You're essentially renting it from the
they're more
company
like-
for a
yeah,
one-time fee.
They are mostly rental agreements when you read them.
Because
Yeah.
when you buy it, you agree that the company can do whatever it wants with it, and you can't.
Sort of true.
These companies don't respect your privacy. They don't respect your freedom, and they don't respect your right to do whatever you want with the things you own.
Yeah. I mean, like, it's amazing how people will share their data, right? So, like, if you imagine if Hitler came to power now and decided to go on a Jew purge, how ridiculously easy it would be for him. I mean, everybody,
Yeah.
like, you used to have to go around going, I think you might be a Jew, based on your name or something. Whereas now you just go, we've just checked everyone's Facebook, we've located all the Jews. You know, it'd be an afternoon's work, wouldn't it?
Yep.
They've all got their smartphones on there, you know. Just look through Facebook and we'll see where they last checked in. The people still do that.
Last
the people
checked in,
still check in.
You don't need to do that. You
They
can
don't
track
even
your
need to
phone
check
directly.
in.
Like,
No,
oh,
but like for someone who doesn't have like behind the scene control to Facebook.
No. They can just track your phone. They don't need to. I can track your phone to a 1 square meter.
I guess, yeah.
No problem at all. I can do that now. I've got the tech to do that. I don't need even the company's stuff to do that.
Well, this is part of a bigger thing, right?
The
This is
network
part.
does-
This is part of the companies are slowly thinking. Well, you don't actually need to own your devices. For example, Apple. Apple has for a long time been of the opinion that you shouldn't be able to repair your own device, and you should only go to qualified people that buy the parts directly from them for an exorbitant price to repair your phone. Even if you had the technical know-how of how to do it, you wouldn't be allowed to do so because the device wouldn't recognize certain parts after being replaced. And you just have to buy a new one. If it breaks, buy a new one or pay nearly the full price for the repair at an official Apple station. This is in the US, this is being challenged. There's this guy, Louis Rossman, who has a lot of cool videos on it, on the right to repair battle. That's what it's called. Because many people want to be able to repair their own devices or to go to their corner repair shop that they know and trust because they've repaired the other devices and hand in their iPhone there, knowing that, you know, the iPhone will work if a part is changed by them.
Yes, right to repair
Many
is a big
companies
thing.
have since. Yeah, it is a big thing. And
Especially
many
with
companies have
even
taken
things
the
like
steps of
tractors and
Apple.
shit have the same problem.
Oh yeah, cars as well. Like for example, Tesla is actually horrible. Tesla is the Apple of cars, right? I like Elon to some extent, but Tesla is the Apple of cars and is very anti right to repair.
Yeah, right. It's one of the many
Well,
reasons
actually,
I'm not a fan of.
McDonald's. Have you seen the thing about the McDonald's Taylor ice cream machines? Milkshake and ice cream machines?
Yes, I have seen it. That is
like
possibly the.
conspiracy theories about it and all sorts of stuff. It's hilarious.
Well, it's not a conspiracy. It's technically confirmed by the companies.
Oh yeah, but I'm saying for years it was a conspiracy theory.
Oh yeah. Have you seen it, Bezek?
No idea what you guys are talking about. Actually,
the McDonald's ice cream machine, and why is it always broken?
Yeah, I've not seen any of this.
So the explanation goes as follows: because some guy, props to him, he went in to research this topic in full detail, and he found out there's a secret history between the company that sells sells to McDonald's the ice cream machines and McDonald's themselves, and what was it? They can only sell the machines to McDonald's, and McDonald's in return will always get their repair people to come to fix the machines. And the error messages for the machines are very purposely extremely vague, and you need someone with the know-how that can tinker inside the machine and figure out what the code actually means. So that way, the machine is most of the time broken because you have to run the 6-hour cleaning routine, and it can fail at any point, which it often does. And if it does fail, you're not able to use it until you ring the repair center. From the company that makes these machines, there is no one else that can fix them legally. You call the repair center and it's like, hey guys, the machine broke, can you come and fix it? And they will come and fix it and charge you an immense fee for it.
Right, I see. That explains a
So
lot.
this is a way of taking money out of the franchises, because McDonald's is a franchise, right? Every McDonald's place is owned by the manager of that particular McDonald's. It's franchised out. So that's a way to pull out some more money out of them, the franchise owner.
Right.
And people have been making devices that can more thoroughly explain what the error actually means, because sometimes it's really not that hard to solve, right? It's you just need to run the whole cleaning thing again, or you just need to run this smaller, more compact cleaning routine. And,
well, a
and
lot
we'll
of the
fix
time
it.
is you just have to trip a particular sensor or bring up temperature above a certain level, or
Yeah. Also, the temperature of the water, you didn't put water cold enough in there. The water you put in is too warm, and the machine didn't like it. And you wouldn't normally know when it goes wrong, because you do the cleaning routine overnight, and you come to it, and it just has an error message in the morning. It's like, I don't know when that went. So people have made certain devices for this, and I think the official McDonald's thing has been sending out to all the franchises that they're not allowed to have those machines on, and any modifications to the machines will be identified on the next inspection, and they can lose the franchise or something like.
But they've basically made no Taylor the machine. I mean, Taylor make all the McDonald's machines and all the KFC machines and all that stuff. But it's only the McDonald's ones that have a problem.
Yes.
And the McDonald's and they sell McDonald's a different machine than they sell KFC. And they've made basically no improvements to the McDonald's one for the last 30 years.
Because the problem is a feature,
Because of
not a bug.
No, yeah, because it's a specific contract that McDonald's have with Taylor. That basically that they'd locked themselves into a long time ago. And Taylor have just been fucking with them for the last 20 years.
Well, Taylor profits out of it, and so does the main McDonald's.
Yeah.
So they're just screwing over the little guy. Sounds normal.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, the franchise program is absolutely ridiculous. Anyway, like when every time you go to McDonald's and they've got suddenly a new special burger, the purpose of that is a money grab from the franchisees. All the POS, all that new leafleting and POS and all the plastic bits they put up with the new burger on it and all that stuff. They charge all that to the franchisees, thousands of pounds, tens of thousands of pounds a year, in just more POS, point of sale stuff,
Yeah.
And that just all goes.
bollocks.
So they send them a cardboard cutout of a fucking burger and charge them £3,000 for it, and they don't have an opt-out.
Not only that, just so you know how much they screw over the little guy, McDonald's, the biggest source of revenue for McDonald's is not the sale of burgers, but it is the renting out of properties.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Huh. Well, that is
Also,
interesting.
Do you know that McDonald's is also the number one, not only the number one distributor of toys in the world, but also the number one producer of pneumatic tires?
Pneumatic
Huh.
tires? I didn't know that
Yeah.
one.
Yeah, because a lot of the toys have tires on them.
Right.
Yeah.
That
They
makes sense.
make more tires than any other company in the world as well. They just make really small tires, but because they own all the toy production that they have.
Wow.
Right.
Yeah, it's fucking mental.
McDonald's is a crazy business with a very long history.
Yeah, yeah. Absolute madness.
Yeah, it's crazy stuff.
But you know, people
So-
still go to it.
If you thought that McDonald's selling diabetes is the worst part, you don't even know the beginning of it.
Oh no.
Oh,
I'm
good to
still
know
going
McDonald's
there.
is evil.
Still cheap, you know? But I'm not feeling proud about going. So there's that.
You shouldn't eat that stuff, really.
I know. But it's easy when you're out and about.
It is.
Well, mind you,
It all comes back to
considering the other
convenience.
options,
It's
it must be
convenient.
Doncaster. Yeah. Well, I mean, what's your other option in Doncaster anyway, really?
Yeah, no, you're right.
Probably some sort of pasty or something, is it? Or
The Greg's.
yeah.
Greg's is the other option.
What's the traditional food of Doncaster? I don't know.
Well, it is Greg's.
Oh, right, okay.
Sausage rolls at Greg's.
Yeah.
North FC meme.
Just something to give the kids to shut them up. Instead of a pacifier, just throw a fucking sausage roll in their fucking face.
Oh dear.
I really want to write a thing on convenience and why it's the worst thing of the 21st century.
Well, I mean, this is all it's all women's fault, isn't it?
It's the biggest.
Isn't it? Women demanding convenience food, microwaves, all these things, all built for women to make women's lives easier, all have destroyed society.
Yeah, to some extent, I guess, but it's not just that.
The nation is much less healthy since women stopped cooking. Fact. I mean, it is a fact, right?
Convenience bad, do hard thing good.
Women downfall of
That's the
humanity.
moral of this story, guys.
No, women are the downfall of humanity. End of story. Women are the downfall of humanity. That's it.
Yeah, no. He's got a point, you know.
Yeah, I'm not arguing.
They, you know, who voted all this immigration? Who voted all? It's all women. Responsible for all of humanity's ills.
Biased.
And even like women, even women to some extent are like, man, why did we get the right to vote? Now we have to go to university and write about bullshit instead of just sitting home and cooking.
Well, some of them are starting to think that way. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, trad wives are a thing.
Ultimately, the things that they voted for will ultimately women will inevitably lose the vote.
You think so?
It's an inevitability. Either we'll realize our stupidity by giving it to them and take it from them, or the Muslims will take over and they'll take it from them. So, you know.
Yeah.
Look, we just solved the problem by making women tell women that either they can keep the vote or they have to register for the draft. You'll see their fucking attitudes changing overnight.
Not really a thing in the UK, but I mean, like I keep saying, all British men should join, should convert to Islam.
You know, I really like the Starship
Because
Troopers
if you had
service
33
guarantee
million
citizenship.
Yeah, but I mean, but that's difficult to get through. Whereas we could all just join Islam tomorrow. Right? we could all join Islam tomorrow, take away the vote for women, and then there would be more white Muslims in the UK than non-white Muslims in the UK, and we can change it from within. Job.
Make Islam based again.
Yeah.
Is that what I hear?
basically keep the women repressed, allow bacon, job done. I mean, I'm all for.
We
the
gotta
sharing
abolish
of it.
the multiple wives things.
Well,
That's
you
not
drop.
that never
well,
ends up good.
If people want them, that's their own fucking stupid fault. I'm all right with people making bad
No,
decisions.
polygamy always wrong.
Yeah, but that sounds like the problem for people that's stupid enough to get into it.
So, yeah, exactly. That's your problem. I don't care.
If you want to have 3 women take all of your shit in the one divorce, that's your problem.
Yeah, exactly. It's just like it's your own. That's your own. That's a bed of your own making.
Well, no, you see, the women take half, and then they have to split it between them.
No,
That's a win.
all 3 of them take 50% from the man, so the man loses 150% of his stuff.
I mean, everyone keeps going on about being worried about Sharia coming in, but I mean, have you actually read something? I mean, like, come on.
I have, because I
That's not
used
like,
to be Muslim.
Oh, why have you not been stoned to death?
Well, you see, my dad was Muslim. I am no longer Muslim, and I'm kind of actually heading towards Christianity, right? But
I think that's the problem. I think the problem in the UK actually is that most people have become either atheists or agnostics.
yeah,
and
that
there
is
is
a problem,
and there is a faith vacuum.
and it's filled by ideology, and that went well, didn't it?
Filled by SJW wokery.
The cathedral, you might say.
Yes. Wokeism is a religion.
Oh no, it definitely is. Definitely is. It has its high priests.
It has its saints.
Yep.
Yeah, St. George.
St. George Floyd of the fentanyl.
Saint George Floyd, I kneel.
I mean, like, of all the people you could pick.
Well, I mean, look back to the Kenosha self-defense case.
We uphold this man as the best example of us.
Yeah. Well, look back at the Kenosha self-defense case. You shoot 3 people, and you have
all of them are
a rapist, a pedophile, and a wife beater.
Yeah. 3 random people.
Yep. 3 random people in a group of Antifa. Yeah.
I think this should be an actual test. Upon the selection of 3 random people, how many of them will have violent felonies as part of their criminal record? Then you can decide the what type of group it is.
It
you want to associate with it or not?
It just amazes me that nobody's just hosed down a group of Antifa yet. It just amazes me that
it's surprising that some nut job hasn't just gone out and gone fuck it and wiped them down.
Saying that, it just amazes me that they constantly talk about how violent right wing people are, and yet no one's there's no shortage of weapons. No one's just gone in with a Baz and a drum magazine and just fucking killed 60 of them in one go.
I mean, the Proud Boys are very violent. They threaten us all the time. Oh, really? What do they say? Well, they say that they don't start the fights, but they end them. Oh, really?
Yep. Funny that.
Knock you the fuck out, you little fucking fag,
Yeah.
But that's why there's no fucking Antifa bullshit in the UK, because if there was, they'd just get fucking wrecked.
No, listen, there was, but they got busted by the Ministry of Transport.
Yeah.
The Ministry of Transport.
Yeah. No, they might
yes,
get away with it in London.
because
I mean, they wouldn't get away with it anywhere else. Just get fucking their heads kicked in by bunch
because
of
they were
widos.
gonna do they had a plan to do some stupid shit in the London metro, London Underground, and the Ministry of Transport caught on to that and raided all their houses, and then that spooked them, and they never did anything ever again.
Cool.
Well, intelligence services in the UK are actually pretty good
Yeah.
for some reason.
Well,
Have you
for
ever heard
now.
of James Bond?
Eh? James Bond.
James
It's
Bond?
more.
Who's that?
It's more because we're very tied into our systems and things here.
Oh,
I mean,
speaking of James Bond, I just have to drop a recommendation because I've watched this and I really enjoyed it so far. There's this podcast called The World Largest Con. Yeah, I think that's the one. The World Largest Con. And it talks about how an idea from Ian Fleming, the writer of James Bond, became an entire plot by the British intelligence to trick Hitler into preparing for a false attack.
oh yeah, I know about this. You know what amazes
Glorious.
me is that no one's tried to cancel Ian Fleming's Bond on the basis that the books are incredibly racist. You know,
Leftists can't read. Of course they haven't.
because the N word's in them quite a lot.
Yeah, but we know that leftists don't know how to read, so it's problem solved.
Pretty, like they say, "Oh, get a black James Bond." I mean, there's a good chance Ian Fleming will come back to life and punch you in the face if you try and make a black James Bond.
Yeah.
He's pretty fuck. Do you know what? What he was? He was standardly racist for the time.
So a normal person.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, an acceptable level of racism at the time, because that's what people were like. What's the fucking problem?
But he wasn't perfect.
Yeah.
No, you can't be not perfect. That's a crime. There you go. I put it in general, Bezek.
Oh, what have we
World
got?
Greatest Con. It's really good.
Ah,
I really enjoy it.
interesting little podcast, but looks good. Shiny.
Yeah, I think he's gonna do more seasons, but for this one, it's just like
Oh, wait
a
a second.
4-episode thing. It's got to episode 3, and it's got the last one remaining.
Oh, yeah.
It's neat.
Yeah. There we go. Something to check out.
Homework for you guys. Are you outside?
Yeah, Oil's jumping in and out of his vehicle.
Oh.
He does his delivery thing for his volunteer work on Fridays, which is why he's got all day free for us.
Harry's asking, who the fuck was masturbating on the Lotus Eaters Gold Tier Zoom call?
Oh, God.
It's more than one person that thought it was masturbation.
Oh, that's fucking hilarious. Oh dear. I'm tired. Whoops. Do you guys have anything else?
Oh, I think this is all I have. There was a small story on Australia's license for Nerf blasters, but we might do that another time.
Yeah, that sounds good. Is there anything you want to talk about, Oil?
Yeah, seems like we've got a lot to talk about.
Yeah, alrighty, just waiting for Oil to get back to us, and we'll see if there's anything he wants to cover.
What's that?
Is there anything else you want to cover, Oil?
Not especially if you're thinking of finishing up.
Yeah, I'm thinking about going to bed, actually.
Sounds pretty gay.
He's right.
Yeah.
I'm still delivering food to poor people. So.
Based. But is it bread peeled?
I thought right wing people were evil and didn't care about the poor.
I don't care about the poor. I just like to look good by sending them stuff.
You go
Just like
around
to be
giving them
seen.
food, point and laugh.
Well,
Haha, you're poor. I have to give you food.
so, yeah. It depends what sort of mood I'm in, really. You can tell by which car I'm driving. You know, if I've gone in something a bit more sporty, then I'm probably taking the piss. If I've gone in something a bit more sedate, then.
And which one are you today?
I'm currently driving a beautiful 1 liter Volkswagen Up that I bought specifically for the purpose of doing this.
Ah, neat.
Because driving a 6 liter Bentley GTC to do it seems a bit unnecessary.
It's just a smidgen much.
It also cost me more in petrol than actually the food would do.
Bezek, is there a certain something you'd want to announce?
Is there?
You said you were planning on doing something in video ideas earlier today.
Oh
before
yes,
the podcast.
the video ideas. So I'm thinking of doing some book clubs where I read a section of a book, and then we discuss it and we record it, and then I can upload just my channel as an actual audiobook and also the discussion as well. So as a different.
Can we not
video.
get Spoon to read it instead, though?
Yeah, he's got his own channel. I'd feel
Spoon
a
has to
lit-
read everything.
Yeah, I'd feel a little bit bad though if it was just like, Spoon, read this so I can make money.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking about paying, sort of offering Spoon so much money to read awful shit that he has no real choice but to accept.
Just
So-
pay him to read Degenerate Smart.
Oh, no, I was thinking about like naughty books and things like that.
Is that all?
I'm thinking of getting you, Bezek, to read a certain something with an Australian accent that I find very funny.
Oh God!
Have you ever heard about the guys that translated the hentai manga into Australian English?
No, I have not heard of that. But
Oh my
God!
Have you?
God.
Would rather be something like, "Have you slimed yet?"
Yeah, it's something like that.
Oh dear. I'll have to look that up one day just for lols.
Yep.
You fucking dag.
I'll post it in later once I find it.
Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah, Brits know a good bit of Australian slang from watching Neighbours in the 80s.
Oh God, Neighbours is trash. Don't know why you Brits
You
like
fucking
it.
dag. Fucking dag. What else? I can't remember. Probably something about a dunny. That's probably all I know, actually. Thong, dunny, dag. Fucking dag.
Crikey, mate.
Oh, well, Strofe.
Crikey.
Crikey. Sheila.
Yeah, all the good stuff.
What's the what's like the word for gopnik that you guys have in Australia? It's something.
What?
In Slavic languages, they have these people called gopniks, which is like the guy that wears a tracksuit and I guess chav in English.
Chav. Ned in
Yeah.
Scotland.
Well, what's the Aussie equivalent?
The Aussie equivalent would probably be the bogan.
Bogan.
Yeah, that's the one.
Bloody bogans.
Sort of redneck, really, for you, isn't it? More than
Yeah, they're more like a
Dream-
redneck.
dreams of a Hemi. Or a Holden, I suppose, is probably the right thing.
Yeah.
Very nice.
The last car made in Australia was actually a fucking Toyota.
Not a Ute.
Really?
Get me Ute.
That's odd.
Yep.
Apparently, there's a town in Australia called Eromanga. Like in Eromanga Sensei.
Yeah. Wouldn't surprise me.
There's a town. There's a town in Newfoundland called Dildo. And there is a place there called the Dildo Trading Center.
Very nice.
Oh dear.
The
Clearly no
dildo
one thought through that.
I think it was done at a time when Dildo didn't meet, before Dildo was Dildo.
Probably.
But you might have renamed it in the in-between time.
Some while ago, boner meant trouble.
Oh.
So you have older
Doesn't it-
comics saying,
Does it still mean trouble?
Superman's giving me a boner.
But I'd argue
Strange.
it still means trouble.
Well, that's it. Men have two heads, but only enough blood to operate one at a time.
Yeah.
True story. Well, shall we call it then?
Yeah, we might
yeah.
call it then.
Unless you want to take
Might be a good
questions from
idea.
the audience.
Might just leave it at that for the night. We will look into doing some book clubs over the
Yes.
next coming days, vaguely around Lotus Eater o'clock during the week.
Lotus Eater o'clock.
Well, the time zones are such a bastard, and everyone on Rain
Yeah,
knows
yeah,
when the
it's
Lotus
the best.
Eaters
It's
is.
the best way to describe it.
Yep. Everyone can just do the calculation themselves, but yeah, sometime around after the Lotus Eaters ends during this week, we might have a look at starting that in the voice channel in the Discord. Everyone is, of course, welcome to join for that one if they want to. But other than that, thank you for joining me, Cap and Oil. Thanks, guys, in the
It
chat.
was very nice to.
We'll-
be here.
Yep, we'll
Very
catch you
entertaining.
either in the Discord or next week. Have a good one.
Have a good one, guys.
Bye.